You know there's more of them than residents.
Man, we relocated to the eco-certified campus.
So cool. That should be the future, right?
Right.
Did you know that our university invented the first eco-hamburger?
But I think the fish here is better.
David, can you try the student beer?
Not here, man. Well, I can get them later.
Nina, Rigo, you have some for the game tonight?
For the game? Sure. When are we meeting?
Here you go, guys. Now let me guess. I'm after sure for the two. Okay. One hot chocolate for the lady,
Danke.
and another one for her friend.
Preferista.
Fair enough for the gentleman.
Merci beaucoup.
One hot chocolate for you.
Grazie.
One comfort for the lady.
Che vuoi?
One berry juice. Hitos. A cup of tea for the lady.
Thank you.
And a glass of tap water for the host.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the University of Rijeka and our city. On behalf of our university, welcome to the first day of our YUFE Community Conference. Many of you have been here several times, and of course, you know what to expect. We love hosting you here, but that also means that we need to think of something new, exciting, and think outside the box. Considering the topic of our conference, Connecting Universities and Communities, we decided to host this conference here, in the community, in a venue that we call Moje mjesto pod suncem, or in English, My Place Under the Sun, which is also the name of a program that socially includes children and parents from families living in suboptimal social and economic conditions. That's why we believe there is no better place to host this conference and discuss YUFE's mission to become a truly socially responsible part of each local community. And all of you should be proud of yourselves and your universities for being a part of that change. At the very beginning, I invite our rector, Professor Snježana Prijić-Samardžija, to give you all a warm welcome.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, it's okay. Okay, dear colleagues, dear YUFE friends, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, all dear people here, I would like to wish you, of course, the warm welcome on behalf of the University of Rijeka and my own. And as you know, we are always exciting and we are always happy when we have the opportunity to host some YUFE events and exchange our ideas, our energy, our enthusiasm about many topics. And today, on, according to us, very important topic, that is collaboration between the universities and the communities. Thank you, Slobodan. About the community engagement to be host for the work package 8, actually led by University of Torun, Nicholas Copernicus. So I would like to wish also the warm welcome all the members of this work package. And I need to express actually that we are so sorry that we do not have here, you know, the colleagues from the Essex and the colleagues from the Finland, but I hope that they will be with us through these virtual connections. What to say? Actually, I have the presentation after these welcoming words. So in that occasion, I'll try to deliver some of my opinions, my ideas of the University of Rijeka concerning the collaboration between universities and communities, especially about the community engagement. For our purposes now, I would like to thank to all of you for coming. I know that it's not easy to reach Rijeka. We discussed that before, but so we appreciate that we understand that we are not in the center of our we are not in the capitals, but nevertheless, actually, we would like, you know, to participate in this kind of effort you invested, you know, to come here. You know that we appreciate a lot. You know that University of Rijeka is a proud partner of the YUFE European Alliance, that we strongly and deeply and honestly believe in the idea of the European alliances, in the idea of transnational collaboration, the idea that the more quality, that more success, more togetherness, more competitiveness we can reach only together. So always I'll try to deliver our enthusiasm and our actually stance that we would like to invest a lot of energy in that, believing that it is definitely for the best of our European future. My special thanks here, to the representatives of the communities. I know that all the representatives of the universities are much more involved and share with me, our proud to be in the YUFE Alliance. But yes, I would like to thank to our colleagues, from the community. We have, also the host, here. This is the under the sun, my place under the sun cat, so welcome also. What is the name of the cat? Rosa. This is Rosa. So welcome, my warmest welcome also to the representatives of the community, with whom our university actually has such a fruitful collaboration. At least I would like to thank to my people from the University of Rijeka, who are much more engaged in this project, in the organization of this seminar, this event. So this is Bojana, thank you very much. So this is Tea, thank you very much. This is Andrea, this is Slobodan, this is Nina. You know that, we always take all the glory, and the people, rectors, vice rectors, and the people here. But you know that actually the job is done by the people, and without these people, it was not impossible to do actually anything. So thank you to my team, and welcome to the university. Thank you very much, and I'm happy. I'm sure that it will be a successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our rector. And while Rosa is preparing for the panel, we will continue with our program. Since we are here on the premises of My Place Under the Sun, it is only logical that we also hear a warm welcome from our hosts. So please welcome from the Center for the Culture of Dialogue, Petra Jagetic.
Good morning, dear guests, colleagues, and friends. We are very happy to welcome you to this YUFE conference. It is a great opportunity to come together, share ideas, and work on solutions for a better, more inclusive society. At My Place Under the Sun, we believe that every child, no matter their background, deserves the chance to grow, learn, and reach their full potential. Our work focuses on supporting children from disadvantaged families, providing them with resources and opportunities to reach their full potential. By working together with universities, organizations, and local communities, we can break down barriers and make sure all children have the same chances to thrive. We hope this conference will inspire new ideas, connections, and actions that will help create a more equal and supportive society for everyone. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Petra, and thank you to our hosts. All of you taking part in community engagement activities know that YUFE is striving to expand its impact and build relationships with other stakeholders and community actors. Of course, to do so, we greatly appreciate the ones leading the working package on community and civic engagement. On behalf of the working package, please welcome Magdalena Stremplevska from NCU.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good to be here. This link between universities and our local communities is a key consideration in our understanding of education, research, innovation. We all strive together with you, our partners, to shape socially responsible individuals who will serve our societies not only as professionals, but mostly as citizens. So we develop our initiatives together with you to further enhance the capacities of our local communities, to produce things that would have societal impact. And for that, I thank you very much for being here, for being willing to share your experiences, to discuss any challenges, and hopefully to be inspired. So a warm thank you for our hosts, Madame Rector and the great UNIRI team for organizing this event. I believe I would dare to say this is the most important one in terms of our part of the YUFE 2030 project. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you to our great team, Work Package 8. For those of you who are here, those who are online, thanks to you, we get to enjoy, to celebrate this today event. So I wish you all a very fruitful event, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Magdalena, and all the members of Work Package 8. To kick off our conference, I once again our rector, Professor Prijić Samardžija, who will tell us why it's significant to be a community-engaged university.
Thank you, Nina. Actually, I realized at the beginning that I missed, I made a huge failure that I didn't actually thank to our host here, because they are together. I actually perceive them as the members of the university. This is the civil society stakeholder center for the culture of dialogue, who actually, did such an amazing project about which we will talk a lot. These days, this is my place under the sun, so this is really amazing collaboration. So sorry, pardon me that I actually forgot, to mention and to thank to you. Thank you, Sandra. Okay, so I have actually, according to this schedule, 1 hour. So I prepared the presentation. I tried to share with you some of my ideas, broader about the community engagement. But I would like to invite you to join me at any point of my presentation if you have some comment, if you would like, to add something, to ask me something, because, it's 1 hour is pretty long, time slot. So it will be easier for all of us if we can, arrange that in a kind of dialogue, in accordance with the place in which we are, to develop the culture of dialogue. So here is the plan of my presentation. At the beginning, I just want to start to remind all of us that actually community engagement is actually inbuilt in the idea of YUFE, in idea of our universities, and especially also University of Rijeka, in our vision, in our mission, in our strategic goals. But in second and the third part, I would like, to analyze from my perspective, with my background. So I'm coming from humanities, I'm a philosopher, why it is important to be community engaged. University, so I'll try to deliver the idea that we need, let us say, a new social contract for Europe and the universities, and that universities actually need to have some different role, in comparison with the idea of university from the ancient period or Humboldtian period. So I would like to communicate with you that we have a new role in this overall crisis of democracy and the crisis of enlightenment, and also why community engagement, because, the challenges and the drivers for universities today and for society today actually seek for a renew, as I said, social contract for Europe and its universities. And finally, I would like to share with you some examples, good examples from my point of view, about how, in which sense University of Rijeka is a community engaged university, and just to share with you something about which you will hear more tomorrow, about the TEFCA project, so our, let us say, more systematic approach to the community engagement. So I will start with all we know, fantastic initiative of European Commission, European University Initiative, the biggest project of the Erasmus Plus, that actually agenda behind this European University Initiative, behind now 64 European alliances all over the Europe is, the two main goals: increase the international competitiveness of European higher education, and the second, bring Europeans together. So that's us, YUFE CommUNIty, YUFE European University, for all of our partners from the community. I know that we know everything about the YUFE, but here is our mission and our vision from the beginning. I think that, yes. But not pointed here. No, never mind. Our vision is that YUFE aims to shape a holistic and inclusive future for European students and learners and their society. And our mission is become successful model of socially responsible European universities. So society, social responsibility, community, yes, is in our ID. Of course, from ambition, from vision and mission to action, the first element is actually that we are community-oriented. Of course, we are focused on the quality culture, on the equity, diversity, and inclusivity, but actually, we support Europeans to become globally oriented, lifelong learners, equipped to make meaningful contribution to the communities in which they live, learn, and work. So that's us. From the beginning, so all the universities in this YUFE network actually share, the same vision, the same mission, the same goals, and here I can read that, but you can see, that in all these elements we always mention, the good collaboration with our communities, with, of course, the business sector, but also civil society sector. We are talking about the triple helix, quadruple helix, and of course, we also would like to have the citizens with us, so actually the quadruple helix model. This is the strategy of the University of Rijeka. Our strategy actually is titled European University of Future. So you can see that we refer here on the alliances and our deep convictions and commitment to the European alliances, but also our alliance to be Young University for Future of Europe. So that's it. And our vision is very simple. We want to be European University of the future. We started in our strategy with our values. So we think that at the beginning, all the vision, all the missions, all the goals need to be always the fundamental values we shared. And this is, we picked up 4 of them: responsibility, openness, innovation, and connection. All of them, always and in some point refers to our relations and our duty to be engaged in the community. Our mission also, we try to develop the idea, civic responsibility. We are teachers who need to think about their civic responsibility. We see that all our work on higher education, on research is always, at some point, directly or indirectly, aim to improve the well-being of the people, the well-being, the quality of life of the local community. And actually, we see ourselves as citizens who sincerely believe in the European values of freedom, human rights, and enlightenment, and the building of the new European future. Our four goals, 4 areas we share at all universities, these crucial areas: teaching and learning, research, regional involvement, or the social mission and internationalization. But this is, let us say, the first element. I do not want to read to you, but you can see that actually there in our strategy actually are mentioned all the elements I would like to elaborate here: the innovation ecosystems, the collaboration with citizens, the well-being, a collaboration with our local and regional government, and local and regional community. So we are very proud that we actually in 2022 actually got these EEE awards. That means, you know, excellence, entrepreneurship, and engagement. We actually earned the second place and the first place, and we are very proud on that, actually earned by University Carlos III from the Madrid. So let us say the first two actually awards go to the members, universities in the YUFE, and yeah, we are also proud that we get, you know, this honor to be chosen by the people. Yeah, after that. So my first conclusion on my first message is that actually, you know, just that I would like to register that community engagement are deeply inbuilt in the vision, mission, and strategic goals of YUFE and, of course, University of Rijeka. What does it mean to be community engaged European university? According to my opinion, it means that this is the university open to continuous rethinking of real-world concrete challenges, especially in our local and regional community, but also broader, also globally, you know, to corroborate and falsify, you know, our policies, our goals, and our practices, our tools, aimed at values of equity, inclusivity, social justice, and overall well-being and quality of life. So I think that, you know, we are all together in that. But why? Why it is important to be community engaged university, especially, you know, in this era of crisis of democracy and the crisis of enlightenment. State of affairs, we live, you know, in the era in which global democracy is at risk. We are witnessing challenges to democracy, human rights protection, and the rule of law, advancement of authoritarian regimes and leaders, open endorsement of illiberal democracy that actually opposes to democratic pluralism and mutual respect. This is the circumstances that actually relativize fascism, racism, supremacism, and even bloodstained imperialism. So not good situation. All reports for years, this is some of them from this year, actually, you know, always try to stress, you know, how actually for all these threats to the democracy, and what is actually, you know, most, let us say, pessimistic fact that actually this is the 8th year, continuous year of democratic decline, you know, in the world, globally. So 80 years, from year to year, we are, yeah, worse and worse, and all these democratic indexes actually show, you know, that we have a kind of very, very serious decline after the 18 years. Also, World Report from the 2024, the human rights system is under the threat. You know, this, they would like, you know, to deliver a call to action in many senses, you know. So of course this is the war situation, this is the suppression of human rights, but also a very important element for this report is this transactional diplomacy. You know, diplomacy actually lose, you know, the element of connection, you know, trying to help to bring together on the table the crucial topics, and we have a kind of transactional diplomacy, and actually, you know, many of countries globally actually stay on the margins of that. Democratic index, the last democratic index also shows that now we are at the lowest level you know, according to indicators of democracy, until the beginning, until the actually democratic index is established in 2006. So you can see here, you know, the Central and Eastern Europe, this is our place. You have, you know, continuous decline in the indicators of democracy, but the same is with Western Europe, the same is, as you can see, at North America, so generally, globally, the lowest point actually until the 2006. Yes, that's it. But I would like to connect, you know, this kind of crisis with a crisis of enlightenment, or I like this notion, this the culture of ignorance that actually came by my colleague, one philosopher, De Nicola, actually. What I mean, on which I actually refer when I'm talking about the crisis of enlightenment, we are all witnesses of the pseudo-scientific movements that actually happened under the title of Freedom Festival. So we have the pseudo-scientific movements, but, you know, connected with the value of the freedom. You know, anti-vaxxers, creationism, conspiracy theories, climate change deniers. We also have, you know, we have the skepticism about science under the title of the critical thinking. So let us say something that is deeply, you know, opposed to the science, to our research, to the university mission that happen under the values of the freedom and the critical thinking. And this is, according to my opinion, very, very dangerous. And because of that, I'm talking about the crisis of enlightenment, rejection of the evidence-based science. We also notice all the anti-intellectualism as the criticism of the bookish knowledge. The bookish knowledge is, and to be erudite is not, you know, the value at this very, very moment, in favor of sanctifying informal amateurism. We can talk about a kind of cult of amateurism. And of course, the symptom of the culture of ignorance or the crisis of enlightenment is misinformation. You know, the strategy of the pollution of public communication, you know, producing the chaos, and in chaos, everything's, you know, can be, you know, possible, anything goes, we have the complete relativism. What are the causes behind the culture of ignorance? I do not want to enter in all of this, you know, just to show that there is a lot, this is very complex social, you know, let us say, circumstances, you know. So many things actually are behind, and we can analyze all these social, but also, you know, some elements that we are, which we are actually responsible at the universities, for instance, you know, the silence of the rational centers, you know. Yeah, we are all looking at that, sharing with us some ideas, but, you know, not really, we are not so loud that maybe we need to be, you know, considering the circumstances. But what is important, so this is the messages, you know, I would like to send to you. The culture of ignorance is a symptom of this crisis of enlightenment, and I would like to share with you some, you know, quotation of the famous people that actually said that much more that we can say now. For instance, Goethe. He said, there is nothing more frightening than ignorance in action. Or the Erasmus of Rotterdam. And what is the most harmful influence upon man? Surely it's ignorance. No. And the most violent element in society is ignorance. Emma Goldman, actually my favorite quotation that I use in many senses to say that, yeah, we are now, you know, in a culture of ignorance actually is so dangerous for all our values and our mission and our vision. So my second conclusion I would like to deliver here is that the crisis of democracy is correlated with the crisis of enlightenment. So, yes, renewal of political authoritarianism and populism actually, according to my opinion, rest upon the intellectual crisis of enlightenment caused by resistance to science and reason. And I like to share with you my fear that we live in 21st century of culture. That the first 21st century is the century of culture of ignorance, and all these circumstances actually put, the duty, to the people who know actually the most in the society. So that's the people from the universities. So the universities need to prioritize the civic mission of active and community engaged social actors, because, the crisis of enlightenment, we are the only who can really cope with the crisis of enlightenment, to stop to be, the silent rational centers. This is nothing new. This value of civic engagement and democratic culture is actually flagship in many strategic documents at this very moment for the universities. So I mentioned before European University Initiative, the idea of togetherness through transnational universities. European strategy for universities said, and one of the main objective of this strategy for universities is that universities need to be the lighthouses of the European values. European University Association vision, from the beginning said that universities need to go outside their walls. So university without walls, that's the community engaged universities. And also I like this strategy very much, the strategy of the Council of Europe, that actually call, and that's the appeal of renewal of the civic mission of the education. We forgot, at some point, that we have civic mission, and we need to renew the civic mission in accordance with the general circumstances. Yeah, that's it. No effective democratic universities, no democratic society. I deeply believe that community engagement also to be democratic university in the best senses. We need to do that, so to think to the sustainability of the democracy. And I like this quotation at the end. Higher education institution can no longer try to remain an oasis of affluence in the desert of the urban despair. So now we have, some very, very important impetus to act. So my third conclusion is that now we need to think about the change. The change actually become the most important notion for the university. We need to transform the transition of universities into transnational community engaged actors. So I definitely perceive this seminar today, as, that, exactly that. Transnational community who actually promote this element of to be engaged against, the crisis of enlightenment. So I try to send a message that the transformation into community engaged transnational stakeholders is actually need to be prioritized on our agenda. Maybe somebody want to say something. This is my third point, So this is one element why I think that community engagement is relevant. But the second, it's let us say much wider. As I mentioned before, there are 4 objectives in the European strategy of universities. The first is, to develop European dimension of the higher education. The second is, as I mentioned, to be that universities need to be the lighthouses of the European values. The third is, green and the digital transition. So our role, in the global competitiveness in that sense. And the fourth, also that we have a certain role in the developing, the future leaders, to think also about the crisis of the authorities and the crisis of the leadership. I like very much this project. I don't know whether you are familiar with that. This is the project of European University Association, Universities and the Future of Europe, YUFE, And actually the two documents are produced. The first is this about the policies, titled new, let us say, university policies. Renewed social contract.
It's okay.
Yes, renewed social contract for Europe and its universities, and the main idea, actually, there is that universities are or need to be crucial, independent actors, because as our academic autonomy actually need to protect us, fully engaged at all levels of society in the collective effort to meet the challenges of economic, social, and environmental sustainability. So this is the project. Actually, it is published, these documents are published at the beginning of this year, so they are completely new, and I like it very much. That is, according to my opinion, the strongest, appeal, for a change toward the idea of community engaged universities. This is the picture I borrowed from the document. So there are many challenges. I mentioned before political, so the crisis of democracy, but there are other challenges, or we can see them as drivers, economical, financial, inflation, we have societal, demographical, migration, technological, of course, the challenges of digital, AI, digital transformation, legal, many elements, that actually tackle also the threats for academic autonomy, institutional autonomy, academic freedom, environmental, climate changes, etc., etc. So a lot of we can speak about a polycrisis in that sense, but I prefer, of course, this positive language, positive wording. This could be a drivers of change. But what is actually very interesting for me in this second document, this is what if. They develop there possible scenarios for universities. So there are 4 possible scenarios. One, it could be growth. It is, let us say, most optimistic. We can, with some disturbances, with some challenges, continue with from the point when we started, try to develop. And one scenario is, let us say, completely optimistic. That could be the growth of the universities and the society. The second, however, is constrained. The scenario in which universities are coped with constraints concerning transnational and international collaboration. And I spoke with and debated that in several occasions with my colleagues in the different occasions, and actually they shared with me in many countries that now the constraints actually, is the scenario in action. Collapse is, let us say, the most pessimistic. So if we continue with the development of such an illiberal democracy, trends and tendencies, nationalism, etc., so maybe our transnational collaboration, internationalization could cope with the collapse of that. And the fourth is transformation. I think that it could be very, very interesting, because that actually open the possibility to have the 2 kinds of universities. One is, let us say, federative universities. It's not just European alliances, but a kind of consortia of the university who would like to work together in many senses. And the second level of the university will be the universities who would like, to be completely local or completely regional. And it could depend on the strategic decision of the universities, but I think that now we have some narrative of elitistic or non-elitistic, and some would like to say that the universities who are in the alliances are, let us say, in this elitist company, and the European Commission only take care of European alliances because it is a project of European Commission. So there is a kind of tension between the universities who are in the alliances and the other who are not in the alliances. But I think it could be, very legitimate choice, of the universities. Some of them would like, to participate in this transnational collaboration, and some other could, of course, decide to stay and to contribute completely to the community and to the regional context. Yeah. So yeah, that could be some scenarios. But what is actually necessary in all these scenarios, So that is actually communicated by Enrico Letta in the document that is not completely devoted. It's actually not devoted to the universities, but actually thinking about the European future, and the title is Much More Than a Market, So the idea is that we are not, we need to think about our sustainable future, and our sustainable future need to be based on the innovation, and I would like to talk here about the social innovation as a special kind of innovation. This is also the Draghi report, also said, talk about the role of universities in this innovation system. So the point is that universities, as well as they need to be community engaged in a sense to transform themselves into democratic centers, engage in the protection of human rights, democracy, social justice, equality, etc., also need to be the key drivers of the sustainable innovation ecosystem. So they need to collaborate with their community also, and the optimal production of the innovation, and especially social innovation. So I don't know, this is very small parts, but I would like to say, from this document, also from European University Association, how to enhance universities' contribution to the sustainable transition. And I would like, I know that some people think that community engagement is not actually, do not refer on the collaboration with the industry, with the business sector, with this kind of stakeholders in producing the innovation. But I think that we need to be such narrow. I think that community engagement actually need to cover all of that, because all of that, need to bring to the well-being of our communities, of the quality of life of the people. And it is important for me, when we are talking about the innovation ecosystem, that it's recognized that actually the potential for closer collaboration between universities, civil society organization, and the local public sector institution should be very seriously actually explored as a crucial means to acquire a better understanding on what is actually social and technological development, this kind of transition. And also, when we are talking about the innovation ecosystems, it is important to see, how the citizens can contribute to that. So this kind of narrative we have now at the universities, that we have the community engagement that is actually connected with, let us say, the first part, equality, democracy, etc., etc. This is one part. But the second part is also that we need to realize that the building of innovation ecosystems also, it's the element of the community engagement. It's not the element of the commercialization or some narrative of applied sciences, etc., etc. This is also, I would like to say, a crucial element of our engagement and connections with the community. So, my fourth conclusion is that social innovation I have the stress on the social innovation, and I would like to try to explain why I talk about the social innovation, should be also in the focus of the university's agenda. Why? All the innovation actually have a goal to contribute to the well-being of the society. But the social in the social innovation means that this kind of innovation are actually, directed primarily to the social needs, to the social problems, and the values. Yeah. So that's it. Social innovation, innovation always brings to the well-being of the people, but the social innovation actually are motivated and caused by the will to contribute to the social needs, real-world problems, and the values. And what is important, and I don't know where, you are there, yeah, about that, how to measure. How to measure that could be, the challenge for all of us when we are talking about the community engagement and social innovation, that actually measuring social innovation, measuring our community engagement actually still lacks valid indicators, so maybe it could be the topic for our debate. And finally, I would like to share with you some of our experiences, our activities that I think that it's a good example of UNIRI social innovations. I will start with our innovation district at campus. So we try to develop, and we are very much involved into creation of the innovation ecosystems. And here are with us our colleagues from Prigoda, who actually help us a lot, to a regional development agency in that. In the 5 actually area, the first is health, the second is maritime, the third is digital and green. So this is our collaboration with the stakeholders, mainly from the industry and the business sector. But we have also the focus on the democracy. So this is our collaboration with civil society and local regional government, and also the urban reinvention. So let us say our 5 areas in which we would like to contribute and to develop innovation ecosystems. The good, I will start when we are talking about our good practice, the good examples. This is the collaboration with the Center of Culture of Dialogue and this fantastic initiative and the program for childhood with equal opportunities. I do not want to enter in the details because I know that Bojana will and Zoran tomorrow will speak much more about that. Just to mention that this beautiful place here is actually is the place of University of Rijeka, which we were happy, to give to our colleagues, to use without any, of course, compensation. And we try to contribute as much as we can, with our networks, to support, of course, financial and the other sustainability. Our faculty for education are also involved in this project. The second, I would like to mention, this is our collaboration with concerning the gender equality. This is the center. This is also a civil society institution, NGO, Center for Prevention of Violence, actually gender-based violence and human rights. Also very, very important for us. So many activities of our University of Rijeka Foundation. Bojana is the director of this foundation. So the main mission and the vision of our foundation is not just try to gather the money and deliver to our researchers, but to be really community engaged in many issues, science popularization, peace issues, greenery, green transition, and working with youth. So really, really fantastic contribution to the university. one of our, this is not, you know, some structure in that. I just want to put, you know, some of our good examples. We actually build, we have the program of Resilient Campus, you know, so this is as meeting point open to our neighbors. So this is, we try to really exercise the idea of universities without walls. So our campus is completely open to our neighbors, you know, so we develop there, you know, some meeting points, some, you know, classrooms, open classrooms, some facilities for recreation. So it looks like, you know, during the night at our campus, this is, let us say, we would like to live with our citizens. Some another example, we have some fantastic Renaissance palace at the island Stress nearby. So yeah, of course you are all invited, you know, also there. But there in this small community, we would like to develop some programs for the local community without university, without many cultural institutions. So we called it a space for freedom, cooperation, creativity, and social innovation. And there we have this program, CommUNIty for people of Stress. Andrea is the director of this Palace Moise. So recent lectures we have, I just, you know, took something, you know, about Japan, about the language, about, you know, generally science, you know, for the children. This is our palace. We try also to develop there, you know, some program of creative engagement. Yeah, so mainly based on the art, you know, so we have one of the most famous Croatian film director actually organized there, you know, master classes documenting democracy, and we have, you know, a very famous Croatian writers there, you know, try to develop a kind of creative writing master class, but it's always devoted to some societal issues. Our flagship, we are very proud, you know, University for the Third Age. So I think that we mentioned that many times. So I think, I don't know, more than 10 years we have this program for the silver generation. And now we compete for the label of age-friendly university and to be the intergeneration meeting point, yeah, in that sense. Of course, I just want to mention, you know, our Science and Technology Park. You know, in one element in their agenda is counseling education of the people, for the innovation, for their entrepreneurship. So we, with Prigoda and Science and Technology Park, actually developed this regional innovation matchmaking platform. This is the platform for connecting the people from the university and potential partner from the business sector in the community. So this is very easy to deal with that. And I think that actually we are all in the YUFE in the Jeroen, and actually the Jeroen, our second network, you know, actually accepted to apply this platform as the platform for the other universities. Yeah, completely unreadable slide, but I just want to show you that actually the main stakeholders, so yeah, maybe it's better. Thank you. The main, let us say, motors of our community engagement is our centers. We have 13 centers. This is actually research and development centers, actually interdisciplinary centers that need to have always some outcomes for the community, you know. So, for instance, we have Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution Studies. You know that we are in the area of the frozen conflicts, always here, you know, so they develop fantastic high school citizenship education curricula, you know, applied here in our county and also in Zagreb, in our capital, but this is really something completely innovative in approach and in the content. Also, this center organized a School of Peace in Mirkopalj, in Gorski Kotar. This is very important for us, because you need to understand that we here, you know, always struggle with some religious, political conflicts. You know that Western Balkans, Southeast Europe is always, in risk of some, and we actually also have a history of war, and this is the School of Peace and one multicultural community there. Some other center, for instance, Center for Urban Reinvention, Urbanism and Architecture. This is, fantastic exhibition. They actually organized, this is actually, phenomena of the city. The exhibition is about the city, all the challenges of our city, our history, turbulences of our city. This is, some element that we always, mention that if today actually it's not so many people of that age, but the people in 80s or 90s today, if they are live in Rijeka in the same street, moving nowhere, actually live in the 6 different countries. So you can imagine how it's turbulent politically this area. That's it. Also, the activities of our Center for Urban Reinvention, try to connect the art and the community. For instance, our Center for Industrial Heritage. This is their recent project. Mapping the cultural heritage, because Rijeka is the place of the huge industrial heritage, so we try to present Rijeka in the different sense. We do not have the ancient monuments, but we have very, very interesting industrial heritage that we actually see as the potential. Also many, many more, in science popularization, cultural heritage programs, public health, empowering students, so many, many things that we have, but I just want to mention at the end our projects. Tomorrow you will have the opportunity to learn more about the TEFCE project. This is the Erasmus Plus collaborative project in community engagement towards I can see, towards the full title, towards a European framework for community engagement in higher education, and there is another project, CEFCE, and there is another project, SPACE. All these projects are Erasmus Plus projects completely devoted to the community engagement and the application in the higher education. And actually, I just want to mention that we benefit a lot. We, from that project at the beginning, we started to be aware what happens at the university concretely. So then we actually develop our community engagement database. I do not want to enter that because I would like to leave some times for the debate, but we have, the database of that, and we were surprised how many things actually happened, that we didn't realize. We are not aware that there happened at the level bottom up, with our researchers, with our what actually are doing our students. This is, I would like to say that it was a kind of crucial moment in our working with the community engagement. This TEFCE toolbox is actually generated that. We better understand they help us to better understand what community engagement really is, discover and map existing community engagement practices, identify and raise the visibility of them, reflect upon what is actually community engagement, so we are going deeply in that, plan the future steps. And I just want to show very, very, I do not, of course, want to go there, but we got from this piloting, so this kind of analysis organized by TEFCE. I'm looking at the Bojana because she was there. So this was actually areas of our strength at that very moment. University leadership, engagement culture at the universities, RID centers, students, academics. And they actually explain to us what is actually and why they are our strengths. I do not want to go that, but what I would like to show you that actually they detected also, let us say, our potential weakness, the areas of lower intensity and potential for development. So the same, you can see the leadership again, you know, this is our strength and our potential threats, you know. So why? Because actually they made us aware that we need to think, you know, how to make this community engagement agenda sustainable. You know, try to work much more, not only top-down policies, but try to engage and to develop the bottom-up involvement, that we need to move from the center to the periphery, to our people, to our faculty, to our staff, you know, so that we need to promote better, to branding university through this community engagement, to make that, you know, our profile. And this is my last slide, you know, that actually these TEFCE, SHEFCE space tools are definitely the fantastic tools for monitoring and developing the community engagement and social innovation. So I think that it could be the next step in our development. Yes, for many reasons, there are a lot of the context-specific application. They definitely develop this participative democratic approach, and definitely they are holistic. They actually ensure the development of the community engagement agenda. Yeah. And this is my actually last slide. Thank you. But this is, you know, this year each year we have some value that we try to promote at the University of Rijeka. And this year is the year, you know, we promote through the well-being, you know, so the healthy community, because we definitely think that it's not something that on which we need to focus. So thank you very much. So, yeah, please.
A question. My name is Laurent Crepon from Sorbonne Nouvelle University, and I'm so happy to be here with you to share all we have to develop, analyze, and propose. First, before my question, I would like to thank you very, very much for your presentation. So inspiring, so impressive, because everyone knows that. Every day, we have to face so many bad news, so many stress about what you called, and you are right, I'm sorry you are right, the crisis of democracy, crisis of in so many countries, in many fields. And I am optimistic, because when you cited Goethe, there is nothing more frightening than ignorance in action. I'm sure that intelligence, generosity, knowledge in action can do so much. Yeah. Right. And my question is about what you said when we tried to understand why. Could we remember, I would say, 20 years ago, perhaps 10 years ago, what was going to happen in Europe, in US, in Middle West, in so many countries? It was really difficult to anticipate such evolutions. And so many reasons we try to understand. And the first one, you say, perhaps, postmodern deconstruction of institution, perhaps also of methodology in academic research. But in the other hand, for so many, progressive thinking and action is in deconstruction, when it means we have to make deconstruction of the past, of bad things of the past, but sometimes of everything of the past. So how do you think the use of the same word, deconstruction, in a way it seems to be progressive, but in the other hand, it could destroy everything, even reason, culture, and scientific investment.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much on your comment and actually the question. I think a lot about that, because definitely some movement in social sciences and humanities, this postmodernism, constructivism, deconstruction, actually was definitely intellectually very compelling at that moment, in which they actually arise trying to cope us, with all these social and moral issues in the society. But unfortunately, according to my opinion, they produce this kind of relativism, this kind of post-truth world. Because the main idea of postmodernism, in comparison with modernism, is actually the questioning of the value of truth, value of objective values. So when we are thinking, and doing our science, doing philosophy, during my science, this is philosophy. We are all see all these, details, and that we need to be critical. We need to try to understand the complexity. But at some point, something happened, in this that actually the value of truth, that the value of objective values, actually disappeared in that, status of the objective values. Everything can be put into the question, So even the expertise, even the knowledge, even the bookish knowledge, so the people, so why actually that happened, according to my opinion? Democracy is fantastic when we are thinking that, of course, all people are free and equal in their voting, participating, trying to participate in the decision. But I'm just wondering, and that's actually the culture of ignorance in the more precise way, the people think that this democratic right to be free, equal, that means that all their truths are equally good truths, So whether they are based on the information, or evidence-based, on the expertise, or just read it at the social networks, they all have their own truths. So what does it mean, post-truth world? This is the world that there is no objective value, there is no one truth, that there is no, even the value of democracy, of the human rights today. They are all, we are all talking about the deconstruction of this fundamental value. And now we have the opposite. I'm happy about that, and I would like also to be optimistic concerning what you mentioned. Now we are putting on the table the idea of fundamental values. So there are fundamental values. There are objective values. Yes, of course, we need to be critical. We always need to asking, but, the values of, expertise, the value of knowledge, the value of our intellectual responsibility is something that cannot be, challenged by the ignorance, challenged by, and said, I have my own truth. I'm free, I'm critical, and I can say that the science is not, the science is just a way of thinking, just way of life. I decided to live on another way, So I have that experience, the level, of the people who believe in evolution, in biology, are lower and lower. Especially in this part of Europe, Central and East Europe, I saw and I was devastated. The people actually believe in creationism more and more. So this is that's happened because why? There is no truth. The science actually do not. This is just one way of thinking. The religion is some other. I'm free, to think everything. So let us say it's a very complex issue, So that's interesting, and that's, let us say, also the moment of my expertise. I work and I publish book on that. I'm not. I hope that I explain, what I think and that you understand me properly. But I'm worrying about that we lose, some firm ground, so that we need to enter in the post-truth world, trying to get this Hegelian synthesis, let us say, after all, to be clever, smart, and understand what is actually the fundamentally value.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Bojana from University of Rijeka. I'd like to thank you for really, really amazing presentation as well. You've touched upon so many things, but I've kind of decided to tackle just one. Quite interesting, the constraint scenario. And of course now talking just, you know, from personal space and personal experience. I think that academic communities tend to sometimes or occasionally or a lot, you know, take the easiest route of playing the victim. And it's very easy to talk about, for example, academic freedom being limited from the outside. But what I'm really, really concerned about is academic freedom being reinterpreted and compromised from the inside. And I mean, I think that, you know, we have to face it, we have to be honest, we have to be self-critical, that there are unfortunately so many academics misusing the concept of academic freedom, keeping to their minimum and keeping to what I find really non-existing concept of, you know, local or national science. And this is my concern, like that it's easy for us to play a victim because we can always, you know, discuss hundreds of, you know, limited, you know, perspectives or pushbacks coming from the outside. Yeah. But what about those that we are, and when I say we, mean a collective, not of course us here in particular, but that we are literally nurturing from the inside. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bojana. That's amazing question. Actually, we have the similar debate, you know, that we are always talking, when we are talking about academic freedom or institutional autonomy of the universities, we are always talking about, you know, some threats from the outside, you know, political interference, and we are all aware of that, especially in some countries, in Croatia also. But, you know, it's after all that, what's actually the issue about the threats for academic freedom from inside, you know, for many reasons. Actually, it could be also political. It could be also political because, you know, some of our colleagues are also, I would like to share, you know, the experience from Croatia, you know, maybe it's unique, etc. So there are also members of some parties, you know, so there are actually bring, you know, some, you know, political thinking and the political power also inside, you know, so there is nothing outside, there is not, you know, the influence of our Ministry of Science, but inside we develop and we try to develop some centers of power that is actually very much politically colored, you know. So, yes, and this is, according to my opinion, and I see that you also worry about that, even bigger problems. So there are very much open, we can call it opportunism in some way, you know, because they actually notice, you know, some external elements, and then, yeah. But the results of that is a kind of censorship and auto-censorship in the academic community. And that's that, when I'm talking about that we are silent, we are not, you know, the loud center, rational center. We are rational center. Our collective intelligence at the universities are huge, you know. And then we experienced, you know, auto-censorship. Auto-censorship for various reasons, you know, in which actually, you know, we try to some people, you know, develop some patterns of apathy, of resignation, or, you know, they do not want to be exposed, you know, so they are feared. Of course, that's happened in some global circumstances, you know. But yes, and that was now on the table. So the new approach to the phenomena of academic freedom that actually comes not from outside, but from inside, and that actually ruined very seriously the substance of the research and the critical thinking, and yeah, our responsibility. Yeah, so, yeah.
Hi, my name is Konstantinos Delta from the University of Cyprus Medical School, and I truly appreciated your comprehensive presentation, putting down so many ideas and challenges that shape a lot of what we're trying to do. I could have many conversations and dialogues on that, but let me concentrate on a couple of things in the interest of time. You spoke about truth. Well, for many, truth, there is objective truth and subjective truth, and of course, truth always is based on your data. Depending on the data and the information you have, you generate your own truth. And I guess this is what science is all about, try to find the truth in scientific elements and information and not in your feelings. Feelings can never be true from the scientific perspective. So one wonders how you can get around what many people use and act with incomplete truth. And we all know that worse than knowing nothing is knowing something. So, and you mentioned something about the vaccinations, for example, and there are many other examples where people were against based on their own truth and based on misinformation. And one wonders how can you get around that, considering how the social media are disseminating a lot of fake news nowadays, and things are becoming worse and worse, and they are going to become worse based on AI. And we really worry, I worry, on how we are going to handle this, even in my own environment. Democracy. We would like to think that the world has improved in establishing democratic regimes in many, many countries. And we still see major wars sparking out of democratic countries or semi-democratic countries. And one wonders how we can get around that. Europe was supposed to be a place with no wars, and we are still experiencing wars. And let me finish this introduction by saying that I really liked many of your slides, and I wonder whether you can share with them, us with them, promising not to sell them. How? I mean, how can we get around these challenges? Because you very nicely and succinctly named them and described them, and I share them all in my mind, but the question is still how we can get things done and get around these challenges and avoiding wars, challenges, poverty, unprivileged people and children that you mentioned and everything. It's still a question. And the funding through the European Union and the Horizon 2020 nowadays and the Horizon Europe, it's one way to go around, and also from national funding, but it's never enough. It's never enough. And I come from a small country where the funding for research in every field is really minimal. And it's way below the European Union average, struggling to do things. So thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I share completely your worries and your dilemmas. It's easier, of course, to describe what happened and try to understand than to find a solution. But I'll try to stay optimistic, because situation is not easy, So we see this constant decline in many senses. Even the newest wars and elections actually show us that the direction is not changed. We are not reached this point of restitution of the new let us say social contract generally. But I definitely believe in universities. Honestly, it's not. I really believe that we are the new we can be the new stakeholders in all of that, but we need to understand ourselves as a kind of public intellectuals, that we definitely have the duty, because we know more, that's actually Einstein's word, that we have the duty to do more, you know, in many senses, you know. So I know that at some point, you know, this enthusiasm, you know, there is some very, very cynical thinking about this kind of our enthusiasm, community engagement, you know, even in our communities, even at universities, they said, you know, the research is, you know, something that is most important, of course, learning, teaching, but the community engagement, what does it mean? But yes, okay, I understand all of that, but I think that our mission is to develop, that we need to cope with this kind of cynicism and this kind of resistance in our own community, and that we definitely need to go outside, and I'll try to do that during my mandate. I'm now at the end of my second mandate, and I'm going out from this, but I leave the university, you know, this message that definitely we need to be engaged. I try to participate in any level I can, you know. So local community, regional community, international community. I'm going there debating about, you know, leadership. You know, leadership. We are also, I didn't talk about that. I think that the crisis of leadership is actually the crisis of authority also in that sense could be, you know, one element of this very, very complex thing. You know, so I definitely believe in the enthusiasm of you. You will not be here that if you are not, you know, the enthusiast as we are, that we deeply believe in this role of universities, of the intelligence, of the collective intelligence to do something, to enter in this social contract with the society, to be really serious stakeholder. That was the idea, actually, not also mine, you know, but actually of during the Nazi war, you know, so in Germany, you know, so, you know, the idea of university was different. From the beginning, it was the spaces of the quietness, protected from the external influence, but at some point during the Second World War, you know, the very famous public intellectuals at that moment said, but now, you know, university need to go outside and to do something, because, you know, we wasted our huge collective intelligence if we stay. I said, I would like to do my courses, my research, yeah. So I deeply believe that we can contribute, really and honestly. You know, maybe I'm naive and idealistic, but I definitely believe in that, and I will. Yeah, that's my point. Thank you very much in your comment. Yeah.
And the last question is here. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. So I'm Katrien Schouwbroek. I'm from the University of Antwerp, and I teach philosophy there. So we share the same discipline. But I was very interested in all that you had to say, and I wondered whether you could say a little bit more about the fourth conclusion was that universities need to engage in community engagement. I think that was number 4. But then there was also a conclusion, I think 1 or 2, that was about the role of university fighting against or acting against the culture of ignorance. And I wonder, if you combine those 2 conclusions, what does that mean about how universities approach community engagement? Because do we see the community as ignorant? And then why would we engage them if they are ignorant? So that's a bit, so I wanted to tease you a little bit to do.
Yeah, sure, thank you very much. Yeah. Not, of course, this is not the underestimation of the community in comparison with the university, and thank you for that question, that I have the opportunity to elaborate that. On the contrary, I actually believe that community engagement means that we need to go to our community, to work with them, and try to define the problem of the community with our community, and then try to solve and try to contribute to the solution of this problem, you know. So that's the difference between the applied approach and engaged approach. You know, applied approach is elitistic, according to my opinion. So we have the expertise, and then we would like to transfer our knowledge to you, and you need to accept that or to apply that. You know, the engaged approach is completely at the opposite, to go to the community, to see what is the problem of the community, and try to contribute to the solution of this problem. So if we have the issues about, pseudo scientific movement, if we have, the skepticism in the society, and if there is a kind of conflict between the vaxxers and the anti-vaxxers, and both of them think that they protect the freedom, we need to think what's happened there. So the ignorance is not the ignorance of the community, of the people. This is the phenomena of domination of will against the reason, against the arguments, against the, trying to find an evidence-based solution. So nothing, of course, yeah, I know that, this is, you try to tease me, but this is very, very important. So because of that, when I'm talking, I'm very seriously talking about the engagement, and this is also not mine, this is also the notion of one philosopher, Jonathan Wolff, political philosopher, who actually said that our approach need to be engaged, that our science and our research and philosophy and everything need to help, with the rigorous methods, with something that we have, our knowledge, to solve the very concrete problem of social injustice, and the ignorance actually provoke, all of that according to my. So the culture of ignorance is not, that belong to the people. The people are ignorant, and there are people who are not ignorant. There are experts, and this is not the division, but the phenomena of predominance of the will without, without the proper, let us say, awareness. About what is actually the quality of knowledge, coping with a real knowledge or a real method to acquire, to attain some kind of solution. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you. There is one more. No, comment. Yeah, okay.
I'm not an academic. So my name is Bartosz. I'm from Poland. I've been invited by my friends from Nicholas Copernicus University, and I'm very moved by your words about postmodernism and also what you said. I mean, those local science. I don't know whether you're familiar about a story of a local here, Central European. Microbiologist Ludwig Fleck. He was living in Lviv, and during Second World War, because you mentioned the Nazis, and I just recalled the story of him. He was a microbiologist, and when the Nazis took over Ukraine, the western part of Ukraine, and then Polish city. He was taken as a scientist to work in the camp on a vaccine for typhus, and he was a microbiologist, but also he was a sociologist. He was a sociologist of science, based on his experience of his work in this camp and with his on his laboratory. He found out that science, the knowledge, the ideas that people come about are created in collectives, in things, in groups like here, when people meet and work together. And though people are different, have different perspectives, different eyes, and use different glasses sometimes, when they work together and talk together, like here we discuss and get to common ideas, we get to common idea and common perspective on things. And that's how the science and how the knowledge actually is created. And so it can be local in a sense, because these are groups of people. And recently Nature has published some papers on how science, the top science, is actually very networked. I don't know whether you're aware of that, but more than 50% of Nobel laureates are working in the United States, and I don't know, about 90% of them are network, actually. And Ludwig Fleck, when he actually worked on this vaccine, he also tricked Nazis. He tricked Nazis, though he was a scientist. So he was working for the truth, for the core value of academics and scientists is to find the truth. But he was lying to the Nazis that many of his co-workers and patients actually got the typhus. So they didn't approach them, they didn't hurt them. And he saved many lives. As Professor Weigel also in another camp, he used his authority and his, as you said, his knowledge, his authority to actually save lives. But by lying, I'm just wondering whether the Nazi regime was basically trying to use the science. They were creating those camps, those laboratories. They were trying to use the science for their sake. They were very aware of that science can give them basically advantage over the allies. But they haven't created a space that actually makes it possible to make advantage of the science, of the truth. So I think that one of the elements that we are maybe missing or maybe we should consider is actually to work with our communities, to work with our societies, to be more welcoming and more basically prepared and welcoming and understanding the science and the sake of it and the nature of it. So actually we can use the science, because this is the difference, I think, between the states and many European countries. That's why maybe 50% of Nobel Prizes are being awarded to the people working there, because many of them are actually migrants from our part of the world. You can name people that received the Nobel Prize that are from your countries, from Poland. Marie Skłodowska-Curie, for example. She received the Nobel Prize working in France, but she was Polish, as many other people. Huh? So basically, maybe creating more welcoming for the science space in our societies is the way. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. What to say, you know, it's comment I can only, you know, agree with you, and especially with your point that you know, diversity, this epistemic diversity actually is the crucial moment. The different perspectives actually brings a different evidence, of course, and production of truth and the generation of truth, or even, you know, truth likeness or something like that is always need, you know, this kind of diversity. If people, you know, think all the same, you know, then they will not, you know, produce anything, you know. This is always these bubbles, you know. We know informational bubbles, epistemic bubbles, you know, echo chambers. So diversity is definitely the main tool for the seeking of truth. You know, so that's the element you mentioned, and I completely agree with you. And when we are talking about the local, we didn't want to underestimate the element of the local. When we are talking about the democratic mission of universities, this is always the local democratic mission of universities. Universities together, of course, transnational collaboration can contribute more on the, let us say, European level or some global level. But the primary role of the university is to develop the democratic, to contribute to the local community, to be more democratic, to be, you know, to spread, you know, this kind of approach, you know, communicating with that, you know. So I do not want, maybe I do not want that I stay on that, you know, I promote a kind of elitistic idea that we have, you know, some, you know, the truth and the people who do not have the truth, and we need to deliver our truth to the people, you know. So it's not the issue, yeah. So definitely that's not the issue. We always need to be sensitive. I think that it's, you know, that we need to. This is the first, you know, unspoken presupposition when we are talking and entering into this discussion. But we have the tools as the experts. We have the tools. We are trained to do science. We are trained to seek for the evidence. We pass through all these, you know, elements. So definitely we need to mobilize our expertise, our training, comparatively with the people, try to see, what's the problem and try to find the solution, definitely, And not because, we develop the question of our curiosity. This is also curiosity-based approach. We can also talk about that, in comparison with the approach that need to solve the problem of the society. Curiosity-based is also very noble. The curiosity is the value, the virtue, intellectual virtue. But, there is nothing, black and white, So we try to see and to say, of course, curiosity-based research, is something, but it's not the point, that we develop, some research and try to apply, and we expect that it will be accepted by the people who do not know anything, This is completely reverse, But it's very important to make the idea of what is expertise, The expertise, not because of the status, not elitistic status because we are at the academy, but because we are trained, so to search for evidence, to search for the solutions, and that's that with the collaboration, of course, with our local communities. So but I think that we agree, that we agree completely about that. Just to be, okay. So thank you. I think that we found the time.
Thank you to our speaker, our rector, and also thank you for all your questions and comments. We are slightly behind the schedule, but never mind. That only just means that you enjoyed the discussion and have a lot to say on this topic. As you can see, Rosa had her beauty sleep, so she's now ready for new pictures. And we will have our short break so you can stretch your legs and enjoy some coffee and tea. See you soon. those same people might ask, what's in it for me? So this panel might give us some answers. To moderate the discussion, please welcome Silvia Gayat-Paramon from the University of Madrid, who will also introduce the speakers.
Thank you very much. Well, in fact, I'm going to ask the speakers to introduce themselves briefly, as I mentioned in the preparation of the panel. We are going to try to make a very open discussion, also open to the public, to have a meaningful exchange of ideas on that will help us understand what are the challenges and opportunities when universities connect with their local communities, not only local, but also global and international communities. We have 6 panel members that represent different community levels, let's say, or members, institutional representatives, students, researchers, and also experts from outside the community. And as I said before starting, I would like them to introduce briefly, say their names and their main areas of expertise. So please go ahead before starting.
Hello everyone, it's my first time here in Rijeka, and I'm here because of Magda Stremplewska, who you know very well, and she asked me to be here in this panel. So I'm a Vice Rector for Internationalization in Nicholas Copernicus University in Toruń, and I'm a chemist, so not philosopher. And yes, I started in September, so it's my 3rd month at this position, and I think that's all. Okay, I'm responsible for the YUFE staff at my university also, so that's why I'm here. And now I will give the microphone to my colleague, Ola.
Hi, my name is Ola. I'm the student from NCU. I'm student also in helpdesk about cyber pathology and so long name. I'm YUFE. I'm been science 2 years. And joined because I want to be here.
Good morning. My name is Vedran Kružić. I'm Director of Regional Development Agency. In an agency, we are alchemists. We are converting ideas into the project. And I'm grateful, and it's really a pleasure to be here with you today.
Thank you. My name is Konstantinos Deltas. I am a professor of genetics at the Medical School of the University of Cyprus. And I'm also the founder and director of a Center of Excellence in Biobanking and Biomedical Research. In the heart of my activities is essentially the biomedical field. Let's say keywords are genetics. Another keyword is the biobank, which is an activity which requires community engagement. Although my engagement with the community or my efforts to engage community with the university had different levels and different efforts in the past. So my perspective may be slightly different than others.
My name is Laurent Creton. I'm a professor in Sorbonne Nouvelle University. My specialty is economy of cinema and audiovisual. I was director of our lab center of research, whose name is Institute for Research on Cinema and Audiovisual, during 12 years. And afterwards, I became research vice president of Sorbonne University and president of academic council. And I was very impressed, I say what you say, because about leadership and about change, about the possibility for our university to develop. I am proud from one thing. I have the opportunity to create a new house of research, La Maison de la Recherche in Paris, near Panthéon. And it's a special place. It's important to say that, of course, networks and virtuality, but to be with people somewhere is something very important.
Okay, I am Laurent Salard, and I'm a cultural sociologist at Sorbonne Nouvelle with my colleague Laurent. And I am in charge in a partnership research in my laboratory. So
thank you. Thank you very much for your short introductions. When I was preparing this panel with the colleagues from Work Package 8, we were discussing how to organize the debates, the discussions. And well, I resorted to TEFSE, that Madam Rector mentioned before. As she said, it's a project funded by the European Commission, and it's all about community engagement. So I shared with the panelists a very brief description, a very brief definition of what community engagement is, and I will share it with you as well. So TEFSE defines community broadly, community engagement as the way in which universities address societal needs in partnership with their external communities. Communities being understood broadly as communities of place, interest, or identity, and including organizations from government, businesses, civil society, as well as general population. So we tackle all the actors around us, in fact, in our ecosystems. Community engagement also is not limited to local community. It is also focusing partners that are geographically far. So we talk about community engagement at the local, at the regional, and at the international level. So having said that, we decided to structure this panel into 5 of the several axes that the TEFSE project proposes as elements for reflection of what community engagement is from the point of view of universities. And we chose 5: openness, research, teaching and learning, students, and institution and governance. But before going in deep with these 5 different axes, and that we will tackle for an hour and 15 minutes, something like that. We are a bit behind schedule, but we can keep the same time. I will ask the colleagues from Sorbonne Nouvelle, who have a presentation on an initiative, I understand, to present, and then we will kind of go back to the discussion.
Thank you very much. It's about connecting better universities and communities. What we think about it from Sorbonne Nouvelle experience is that success depends on the capacity to build a system and a network of innovations from the past, for now, and for the future. So we will tell you a little story of innovation. First, our university, with Laurence, who are here for many years and centuries. And of course, the question would be, it's wonderful to be there in the past, but we have to organize a transition between the ivory tower to an open and contributing university. That's the point. How can we be able to contribute for science research, but also for so many social, political, environmental, economic, cultural issues? And the question was, it is an institutional question. In your university, are you able to develop new field of research, new field of teaching, especially when you think about the meeting between the university and the world of cinema? Cinema. Can you really make research on such a topic? It's a risk of a train accident. But fortunately, Lumière brothers were there. But also Georges Méliès, inventing, innovating so much about special effects. Of course, artificial intelligence, but in the past, so many innovations we could make. Also, it's just near Sorbonne University. Sometimes you want to hear your professor, but sometimes you prefer to go to movie theater. And the question of developing something from cinephilic culture, but perhaps to work on other topics. It's also a matter of pedagogy and techniques. It's a very old and famous technique with object. The books is important, but do you think we are able to think about film with the movies, with musical comedy, etc.? And, well, from Méliès to now, a profusion of images, fake images, but also advertising, also propaganda, also publicity, advertising, and so many things, and arts. But you have to choose, you know, it's complicated. And so many screens you can see, and sometimes you don't have to go to movie theater. Your smartphone is enough. I would talk about the development of this kind of research and this kind of teaching. For the first part of the last century, nothing, it was not possible to think about it. But afterwards, the new wave in cinema, and you didn't forget about 1968, and a kind of revolution, but a revolution for university. And at the end of the year, the 4 law was transformed universities and created Sorbonne Nouvelle. From the big university, Paris University, we had 13 universities, and our university. Very interesting because the specialty and the goal was about new humanities. It means theater, it means cinema, and perhaps communication. And afterwards, the law and the development of our departments. I want to speak about our department because, and the research center, because what we had to experience was really incredible. Because during 10 years, we have 1,000 students and 2 permanent professors, only 2. And afterwards, the first university professor in 1983. And afterwards, as you see, something incredible, because we are about 40 professors and assistant professors, but when you take into account all the researchers, it's about 200. How was it possible? At the beginning, we thought it was not possible. And I must say, I am lucky because I belong to this team during all the expansion, and I became director during 12 years. And it's a wonderful team, but what I want to present to you in order to understand how it is possible. At the beginning, it is not possible, because in terms of object of studies and research, in terms of disciplines, in terms of method, everything was traditional and blocked. It was not possible to be, or I would say, literature. I like so much literature and poetry, etc. But in a way, in the first times, it was not really possible to go to cinema unless you say it's an art, a little part of the corpus can be studied, but the other part is not possible. For TV, it's worse. If you are really clever and academic, you don't have to take into account such a massive and a very problematic object. And video, and now do you want to work on Netflix or perhaps on mobile phone? That was the first kind of revolution, but progressive evolutivity in terms of object of research. In terms of discipline, history, but with Laurence, me, and others, economy, sociology, perhaps gender studies, perhaps communication, perhaps anthropology, philosophy, so many other disciplines. But in terms of method, it could be we can use case study. We can organize workshops with professionals, with technicians. Oh, is it possible? Academics with technicians. Yes, they have so much to share. But also with people from our local community, because they are running movie theaters, because they have some bookshops, because they are developing dance activities, and creative research. And Laurence is a specialist about it. And also the question of participative research and our social responsibility about it. Another point? Yes. Yes. I would say only the question is how perhaps our department or university can transform and organize a new type of identity of an activity. And about the conclusion, I would say a reference poll, the interest of evolutionary dynamic and not revolutionary dynamic. Also, the reason for the success cinema ecosystem in France, diversity of research profiles, openness, pluridisciplinarity, and all the elements, cinema and audiovisual, plurality, art and industry, cooperation with community, and the end with Laurence about the observatoire, just in the conclusion with Laurence, because we talk tomorrow.
30 seconds, because we have the whole panel here, and that's a very good initiative to present in the cherry-pick tables, maybe.
But only one point. And
one minute, okay?
Okay, okay. So, tu peux mettre sur, ouais. I am in charge in a university of partnership research, and I'm in charge of an instance. His name Observatoire of the Institute of Cinema and Audiovisual Research, and this observatory is committed to collaborative research, encouraging dialogue between researcher and professional, and it's like a safe space for professional. So we meet, we organize meeting, and now we are conduct a large inquiry with professional, and tomorrow we'll give up the result. So next time.
Thank you very much. But I mean, in the next tables with the cherry-picked initiatives, maybe you can elaborate further on this very nice initiative. So I would like to go back to the panel, to the discussion, to the open discussion with the public, and the first questions that I would like to propose to all of you are about the openness of the university when it comes to community engagement. So we know that universities have a big influence on political, economical, social issues, social processes and changes in society. But from your perspective, do you think that we really care and engage with local issues? And do you think that we are really ready to listen to governments, public institutions, and organizations to better understand their needs? And if so, do you think that we have enough dialogue channels with them to understand, to really understand and grasp their needs and challenges? So I will just, let it flow. Whoever wants to grab the microphone first, please do it. Not everybody is obliged to do that, but I would like you to respond to this first set of questions, whoever wants to start the fire. Please.
Well, again, thank you very much, not only for participating in this panel, but for the invitation to be part of this excellent group of YUFE. Well, I guess I am expected to say something which relates to where I am, that I'm generalizing on other universities. So at the University of Cyprus, it's a small university, it's a small country, but the way we handle this is that there is total openness, really. Very frequently, the mass media, the press, reach out to university people, professors, and academicians to reach out to their opinion regarding everything, from politics to economic issues, social issues, psychology issues, you name it, cultural issues, you name it. And in more than a couple of cases, ministers were chosen from the university academic community. And also on a daily basis, you will hear people from the university community engaging into events. So there is total openness. Where I feel we kind of lack impact is advising impactfully politicians. Politicians always have their own agenda. And if it's to their benefit, they reach out to us for our opinion, okay? But many times, or more often than not, you cannot really influence them to the extent that you would like to, for example, regarding budgeting. I think, I don't have any data to build on it, but I assume that for every public university, one constant, eternal issue is the budget, the yearly budget, okay? Every year we have to fight, and especially the rectorship, of course, not me. Well, I have my share of worries, very big share of worries for other reasons. But yeah, the budget of the university is always a big issue, and it's not always easy. No, it's always difficult, to be honest, to convince them that, listen, we need more, and we need more for this and that reason. So it's a challenge. So in order not to talk too long as a first introduction, I would like to say that I think it's in the nature of people in our field, academicians, researchers, it's in our nature to want to spread out the word, have a relationship and a contact with the community, invite the community to listen to our talks, to see what we can do together, especially for some of us who are dealing with patients. As I said, all of my work has been in the biomedical field, dealing with patients, doctors, you know, and all of that. So, and I'm sure the same goes for other fields as well. So it's in our nature to want this, and we do it. The question, which I don't have the answer, is to what extent we really have a useful impact in making the world better, in improving the quality of life. I don't know. I don't have a measure to say, listen, from 1 to 10, we achieved 3 or 4 or 5. And perhaps this is something we would like to work on. Very recently, and I'm finishing with this, very recently we gave out a questionnaire on extracting the opinion of the general public, lay people, on what they think about genetics testing. You know, DNA testing, genetic diseases and everything, it's a hot issue. And considering that we can do a lot today in studying the human genome, we thought we should get for the first time a global opinion in the Cypriot community. And we are surprised with the results. And perhaps we should do the same to find out how. We think we have an impact, but do we really have an impact? And if we do, to what extent? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that Vedran wanted to...
Yeah, I'm coming from the other part of the wall, as it mentioned earlier. We have to be omnipresent in the region, so every week we are contacting 100 persons or 200 persons. We uncover every leaf in university too, so we had an opportunity to be in our mandate with Madam Rector, and that was the huge privilege for us because at the end of the day, it's not about institutions, it's about individuals who are running. certain institutions. So we have a privilege to be in a good team with Madam Rector and her team. So we realized and successfully realized several really innovative projects, and I'm really, really proud of that. But I need to say that there is a huge academic division in university. There are half of people, or almost half of people, who are interested in public challenges, who are willing to be part of it, willing to be part of the solution, and there's another half who are taking care only about their own careers. They don't care about missions, challenges, and we are finance that kind of, I will be free to say, irrelevant knowledge with the public money. And public money is limited, and we will need to invest it in relevant knowledge. And you need to deserve to be relevant, not appointed to be relevant. And every time we have opportunity to be part of the true projects with the true wish to do something, every time we are successful. I will end you with one example. We established National Center of Competence for Smart Cities here in Rijeka. Pentahelix, 25 members, huge companies, residents, 15 million euro worth project. And there was one professor who was really angry because we did it from Rijeka University. And he was my friend, and I was not aware why, you know. At the end of the day, he told me, why you established that? We already have a Smart City Competence Center here in Rijeka. I say, oh, really, where? I am the lab. So sometimes we are really discussing with some weird behavior, and as I said earlier, you shouldn't advance in your career if you are not relevant for your community.
Very, very interesting. Share the mic with you, sorry.
So I can say from the point of view of NCU in Toruń that, yes, I can say that we are open actually for the community. Recently we opened the Copernican Integration Center, and there is a place where community members from our university, so students, academics, also citizens, they can meet and they can exchange their minds. They do many stuffs. There are many events, workshops, and lectures are organized there, and we have also international students and staff which are involved in those events, so they can exchange their minds and they can adopt to our country. And now we know we have many events, many YUFE partnerships or programs which help us to develop research or university to our local community. Of course, always we can do more, but now we have also new government in Toruń, and we started closer collaboration with our mayor and also with Marshal of Kujawian Pomeranian. And here are some one of the member of mayor advisory team, and many of university academics and students are involved in advisory board in Marshal and mayor advisory board. So it's at least it's very good start for us, but we will see what will be next, because, you know, as you know, we need money and everybody talks about money, but not everybody wants to give money for some activities, and I think this is a problem also. Thank you.
About Sorbonne Nouvelle University, an experience I want to share with you. First, of course, we share the values, the ideals you presented, Mrs. Rector, this morning. But the question would be, to agree with the values is not enough. We have to act. And how can we do it, really? And the experience we have is only in the last June, the French legislative election. After European election, and we see in France, but not only in France, but in France, the rise of populist parties. And in this situation, what have to do university? One answer would be nothing. Please, shut up. It's not your role. Each citizen have to decide to vote or not for this party or the other. But a few colleagues said, well, we are specialists of politics, of political sociology. We work about populism, and we want to organize a presentation, a debate with specialists, with researchers to speak about it and reserve the biggest amphitheatron and also the possibility to have connection with internet, virtual communication. But as you know, the problem would be, are we competent to do it? But second, are we courageous enough? Because it's very risky, and especially for presidents, because he could say, it's better not to do. But our president said, yes, we're going to do. And at the end, I was really impressed by the quality of the thinking, of the sharing, of the respect of all the points of view, because we respect all the citizens. But at the end, we are able to think better because it's complex, and it's very interesting to try to understand that our experience, that for us to be engaged doesn't mean you have to vote this way. It's possible to think better about such a complex topic.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So far, I wrote some notes. I mean, we have the courage, we have the values, we have the attitude of openness, more or less, we all agreed on that. I suppose it's different when it comes to big universities, small universities. There might be more difficulty in opening in big universities than in universities that are small or in small regions or in small towns. We said that we are not very sure if our activities have an impact on what we have, and if it's, we have the suspicion that we fund irrelevant knowledge with public money, which is a very interesting assertion. But if we go on the other side, and if we think about the local communities and the other actors, do you think that universities are open, transparent enough for them to know what we can contribute or how we can contribute? Are we clear to the public? Are we transparent? Do they know what we do? Do they know how we can help? I don't like this word, but I mean, this is another question for the panel, if somebody would like to, yeah?
Yeah, it's a very valid and sound question. And you can never do enough to explain people, inform people of why you do what you do and why it is useful for the community, for the country in general. At least in our university, again, there are activities all around the year inviting people to participate in events, social events, scientific events, lectures, and so on and so forth. One recent activity that I was invited to engage my laboratory and my group, which I found very useful, which perhaps is being done by many universities, I don't know, is to invite back to the university alumni people who graduate from our labs, from our university, and their children, who their children might be in their teens, for example, maybe now in their 20s, come back to our university and visit my lab and have my people, my colleagues, explain to these people in lay language who we are and what do we do. You might find it strange, but it applies to me too. I live in that university for more than 20 years now, and I know very little about some, and I know little about more, and I know a lot about few. So, which are in my neighborhood, field-wise. So, if you spend your life in an office, being a theoretic person, or in a lab, you don't necessarily get to know what people next to you are doing. Of course, we have the opportunities to go to lectures, conferences, and so on and so forth, but we came up to be so busy in the recent years that I was talking with Sylvia actually during the break, we have no time to breathe. And this is the benefit or the curse of the technology. I am old enough to know that when I was a student, we used to write the letter, ask for a paper from somebody at the other end of the world. We would wait for a few days, 10 or 15 days, to get it back. We would read it, and so on and so forth. We would go to the library and search for papers. We spent half a day looking for papers, and so on and so forth. Now everything is in our reach, and this gives us the impression, the imaginary impression that we can do so many things at the same time. And we try to do it, but we pay the penalty of having no time to do other things. So we have to learn how to deal with this. You have to get trained on how to deal with this. It's a skill. It's a skill we have to be trained of, and especially for the younger generation, and I see many people in this room of the younger generation, that's a skill you have to acquire, how to deal with time and how to deal with information.
Thank you. I think that
in this new economy, we call it post-industrial. It's impossible to grow or to develop your own region or cities without collaboration with university. So this is like absolute truth. We have two really successful projects. One of it's a regional innovation matchmaking platform. It was unthinkable that on the same platform we have 150 researchers with 90 local companies exchanging their own ideas of future growth. If you want to join my company with your knowledge or equipment, this is my address. This is who I am, and vice versa. So this is amazing projects, and I'm glad that Jeroen will be also interested, and everything started from Regional Development Agency, because as we said, we know everyone. We are the only one who knows everyone in the region, and this is our task. The other one is EDI Hadria, European Digital Innovation Hub. Almost the same thing. Our role is to realize what are the key projects local authorities, local communities, cities, municipalities need to improve by using technology. Professors, researchers, academics from university are the ones who will provide that kind of knowledge to the one who need it. Otherwise, it will be impossible. So those two programs those two projects can witness that this kind of collaboration is not only relevant for public bodies or communities, but also for the researchers and academics. This is their own way to realize what the real life looks like, you know. And maybe they can define their own future career by priorities they will realize doing these projects with the rest of community.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to? Yeah, please.
About your question, are we clear with the public? And do they know about us and what we can contribute? My answer would be no, because generally they have two types of representation. First, it's an ivory tower, and they live their own life, and so long. And in the other hand, I am an entrepreneur, or I lead a company, I have needs for my business, and I want your reply for January. Please, you have to work. And at the end, we speak with them, and we say, yes, we prefer to pay $1 million for consulting companies, because probably you're able to think, but we don't need thinking, we need solution. And as we often discuss with Lawrence, in many situations we work with precisely participative research. We ask questions, and we have answer for questions we didn't ask. So it's very different. It's profound. So that's a problem, even for financing our research.
because we have the competence, we would like to do it, but they said first we want it for January. In 2 months, we need perhaps 6 months, well, at least, even with the new tools and technological, because thinking is not so quick. And secondly, the interest of consulting is that the companies arrive with their question and with the answer, and the consulting companies are really able to make the answer for next week because they organize the answer before the questioning. So that's the point. Alors, how can we do it? A few tools, but for us, it's interesting to invite people to come. For example, the interest of cinema is very popular, and it can be very sophisticated. In the same time, we can see a movie and have a debate. And with the debate, we meet fantastic people. And afterwards, they understand we're not only an ivory tower. And the second possibility we do every time is to invite. We are never between academics. Always we have professionals, we have artists, we have technicians, we have people for local community, because they can bring other points of view, other questions, and other answers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contributions again. I would like now to move a little bit on the research, teaching, and students block of this debate. Research, we touched it a little bit. Maybe we can come back later. I have some questions regarding your idea of whether community research, community engaged research is sufficiently acknowledged and valued within the universities. Maybe we can come back later to that. I want to concentrate a little bit more on teaching and learning. We know that we educate millions of students every year who will become the leaders of tomorrow. And my question there would be, do you think that our study programs are really reflecting societal needs? Are we educating socially responsible citizens, or are we educating productive professionals? I mean, this is very bold, this is very dramatic, black and white, but just, no, don't choose, just. But more or less, the reflection would be along those lines. Do you think, and maybe here Ola could really think it over, take your time, no need to answer directly, but I would like you, yeah. But that would be, I mean, the idea that I would like to present.
So I think that we try to do this, yes? So we try to prepare study programs which are open, and students, when they finish our studies, they have at least the basic knowledge about community engagement. But of course, we can always do more, because I don't think it's enough. And it depends, of course, on the matter of your studies. So I can say that because I'm a chemist, so it's better to me to concentrate on the chemistry or physics or maybe biology. So, okay, we talk about the climate changes, about energy and so on, but I don't think it's enough. And it's always in study programs, it's always almost the extra field of knowledge, yes? So from my point of view, it's not enough. We have to give students more information about it, and we started to do it at the NCU, because now we check our study programs, and we try to involve students and external partnerships to look through our study programs just to improve them. But maybe Ola will tell something different.
I would like to say that it's not good programs in university, because we think that is old for us. I mean, summer lectures are now, and it's great, but most of them is old. For example, we have a lecture about books, how history about books for us was terrible lecture because the teacher was old. We feel like she will die at our lecture, and we don't feel that help us in the future, because okay, history of book, but what do we need that? So I think most of programs are old for us, and that's all.
It's a very important question because in France we have different types of high school. You can go to university or you can go to grandes écoles, high school. You have to generally to pay for it, and probably part of them are really engaged in to produce productive professionals. That's not so simple because many of the students of these schools are against this kind of ideology. But it's not true. It's true that you have sometimes the difficulty is Manichaeism, and of course a kind of political discourse that would be you have to choose your side. Are you social responsible, progressive and deconstructive, or are you on the side of the business? And you have no alternative. Is the only alternative. It's for me not an alternative. And the answer, the beginning of an answer is, for example, our courses in master is a professional master, but with a very strong investment of research. And students first, generally in their generation, they're really concerned with the topics of sustainability for environment, for nature, for the transition. But in the same time, you have courses about arts, about the ideals, about sustainability. The first, this year. Before, we didn't have. But in the same time, could you understand that? We are learning management, strategic management, budgetary control, which means that there is one solution. We want total revolution just now. But if we don't do it, it's not possible to do nothing. Probably another possibility, and that's, it seems to me, our responsibility, the young students, or not so young students, come with us to work about what is possible. For example, to make a movie with 40% less of consequences for the climate. And for us, it's a response. So for me, the fight is against Manichaeism and the possibility to have people that are able to think, but able to act and to be engaged in their sector of activity, in cinema, in TV activities, and contribute to a real evolution, not only tomorrow, but perhaps it could take weeks, months, and years.
My young colleague was right. We have a new generation of students, and we need to adapt our methods of learning to a new generation. Don't expect them to adopt themselves on old version of learning. And this is something we are trying to again and again message to the schools, not only to the universities. I will give you one example. We are aware as a development agency that formats of learning are changing, that we need to introduce gamification, innovative methods, different medias to express, and so on and so on. So we are, as an agency, currently developing VR content for high schools in our region because schools are not doing that. Because of this, education should be fun, education should be multimedial, education should be experience, and this is what we expect from the universities.
Thank you. And then I think you wanted to...
Just on the subject of climate change, there are some initiative in France and particularly in Sorbonne Nouvelle. It's called a Citizen Convention Citizen Convention on Climate Change. It's organized by students for students. I don't know if it's a form of democratic. Participative democratic, but for the student, by the student, it's a very interesting form. I don't know if in the youth network there is some same initiative, but it's very interesting because it's a self-organization by students, and they organize research with other meeting with other researchers, not only a professor but researcher about various domains. So it's very interesting. It's called in France Convention citoyenne sur le climat, and it's a self-organization by étudiants.
Yeah. I don't know about YUFE. We have a similar initiative in Madrid, in Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, where around 10 Spanish universities participate. It's called Global Challenge. And it's how can students help change universities from within. So change your university. So it's a platform of students, with students, for students, doing things inside the university, circular economy, exchange of old clothes, etc. So they do a lot of things in favor of the club. But I don't think YUFE is doing something alike. No, very interesting. Yeah, sure.
Well, perhaps one additional element I would add to the teaching issue and the different approaches that universities and educational institutes in general are adopting nowadays is beyond knowledge which we get from universities. We get knowledge, okay. We always receive knowledge by attending a university or any course. What I think is still missing, but I don't know to what extent, from university to university or country to country, and it's something that applies horizontally to any discipline, is skills, learning skills. This is, I think, something that we still lag behind, and it's something we need to engage on and concentrate on, because knowledge has long been that it's just not enough. Knowledge in itself is just not enough unless you have skills. And people of the older generation, of my parents, for example, knew nothing about computers, knew nothing about mobile phones. They have, my father, for example, has difficulty, well, he just doesn't know how to go to the bank, to the ATM machine to get money. If I don't do it for him, he won't have any money. Now new skills are needed. And if I were to choose one to start from, that would be artificial intelligence. How do you use artificial intelligence correctly? And that applies for me as well.
Yeah, you mentioned also another issue, your father concretely, and the rector also mentioned this university for the elderly, or for the, I mean, this is another dimension of community engagement that we seldom speak about, and it's lifelong learning. And how can we produce teaching and learning which helps people, older people maybe, or people who are not in the higher education system, acquire these skills and get this kind of knowledge. So do you think that, and it's also a big opportunity of business, I would say, for universities to do this kind of lifelong learning. Do you think, in your opinion, are we focusing enough on this dimension of our activity as higher education institutions?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. I meant to say it before, and then I forgot. Along the lines of your question, I would recommend the following. It may be kind of far-reaching, but I would say it. We know that for specific specialties and disciplines, professions, people, in order to maintain their license, let's say, need to have lifelong education. Medical doctors, perhaps pharmacists, and others. Maybe the same should apply for every single discipline. We graduate after a 4-year school, after a 4-year education system, then we go out to the open world to work, but there's a constant need to be educated on specific things. Perhaps every person who graduates at the same time, same day of graduation, should be enrolled in a lifelong learning program at his or her university or another university on a more relaxed fashion, not on an everyday basis, but on a monthly basis or a 6-monthly basis, choosing what to be educated on. There's constantly new things we need to know about, and unless we get formal teaching, tutoring on how to use it, we'll never learn it, and we never use it, and we stay behind. It's coming up, it's emerging as an absolute need for every one of us. And you know, I frequently find myself depending on my younger colleagues because I cannot cope with technology. Not because I am short of thinking or my IQ is not good enough. It hasn't started to lose yet, but I cannot just cope up with it. I mean, my children, and I'm sure you all have the same experience, people of my similar age, or similar to my age. Your children are educating you on how to use your mobile. My children too. But as time goes by, we live longer in general. We stay active longer, which means that in order to be effectively active longer, we need to be educated constantly on simple, or even simple things.
I think that on us, and then you.
Those two questions are really overlapping, because if you want to be a responsible citizen, you need to be engaged in lifelong learning. There's no other way. So reskilling and upskilling, and universities should apply short programs because things are changing so fast. We need short programs for people to know how to use, for example, technology. We have a problem because we want to introduce some really smart ideas and smart solutions to elderly people, especially in remote areas, but they don't have a specific level of digital literacy to be part of this program. So this is why we need to be fast and to provide those kind of demographic communities way how to be users and how to help them.
It's a very important topic. It's about lifelong education, as you said, and I'm sure that our university have that mission and that responsibility. But I must say, if I speak about Sorbonne Nouvelle University, that for so many years we try to do it, but to my mind, we don't succeed. And I have the responsibility because I was president of the academic council, and we try to do it. And why? First reason are internal. We have to say that for many years, if as a researcher I want to progress one way, research, 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 and students, really, I don't care. That's not my point. First. Second, institution, goals, value,
I don't care. That's useless. My investment is in research. And I form a little group of friends and colleagues in my ivory tower. It's better for my future. But when you think about lifelong education, how, as a president or rector, I am able to say to a colleague, please, could you make a course in lifelong education? No way. No money, no prestige, nothing, no future. External reason. It's a very competitive market with private proposition. And the same idea about consulting. They are better on the market in order to take the clients. But we don't work with clients, we work with citizens. That's not the same point. And to conclude, we tried to make something very strange, and I must say that Laurence was really responsible. We were in a cinema department, and she wanted 15 years ago to work on mobile phone. And it was completely crazy. But in a way, it is a kind of answer about what you said. It's so important now to study about it, but also to work with it. I remember that workshop or colloquiums or seminar organized by Laurence with mobile phone. And it was really an incredible innovation. But it was so important to do it. So it's a way, perhaps, to be present. And in our workshops, of course, young, but people were professionals and very experienced professionals, and they were very interested to see how it's possible to work with mobile phone.
Thank you. And I think yes. So yes, I think that we have to accept actually that we are in lifelong learning process, and we can't avoid it. And as NCU, we provide lifelong learning. We started from child universities, from the children university, and we end at the university of the third age. And what we observe now, we have more and more participants at the university of the third age. So that means that there are many people interested in study, in broadening their knowledge, and they know that they have to do this. Of course, the technology is developing so fast, so there is also a problem for me sometimes because it's going actually very, very fast. And now at NCU we have many help desks, and one of them is carried by Ola, and she will tell you about the one of these help desks.
Okay. So my help desk have courses for older people to teach them how to use a computer, how to use a mobile phone, how to know what is disinformation in the media. And we see that we must first show how to use computer, because most of them don't know how to use, and that is a huge problem. And we know that, and I think that is a reason why, because young people are also the community. I mean, they're not only students, they all have a community from friends, from families, from cities where they lived before, and they see the problems. So students see the problems the university teach in very strict way, I mean very official way, but most of people who don't go to university because they don't want they work. Don't do that. I mean, they want study in unofficial way. So maybe this is a part of students who can teach in unofficial way, not only a desk, but in the group or something like that.
I would like, well, you just mentioned one of the activities that we organize as an alliance, as a university alliance, in that case, a help desk. We are also trying to organize other kind of activities with innovative methodologies, volunteering, for example, challenge-based learning, etc. And yesterday, while we were having dinner, you said something very interesting, and we face a challenge when we organize this kind of activities, is that we reach students with very difficulty. I mean, it's very difficult to reach you and to propose these community engagement activities, and we don't have a high level of engagement from students. And we suspect it has to do with the channels of communication that we as institutions have with our students. So what do you think about that? Yesterday you said something very, wow, you left us kind of trembling. But I mean, it's an issue because we organize, we devote a lot of resources to organize, volunteering, help desk, etc. But then it's a few students. We are very happy with what we do, and we consider it's quite a lot. We say that, but it's over 100. Wow! But how many we are in our university? So, what do you think is the way to attract students to participate in community engagement activities? All of you, no, not you only. She has an answer. Yes. She can say it. Yes.
So. I remember that I said that universities don't have a balance and use language which is a most very emoji language. So for me it's so cringe when I read a text from university where it's a lot of emoji. So I think the most important thing for universities that to know how use language for the young people, because most person think it will be cool if I use emojis, but I use a lot of emoji. For me or my friends, we use part emojis, not all, because all from the few emojis mean different way, like from you, and I think that is the most important thing.
But yesterday you also said that we were too much, we informed too much, or too little. No, you said something like that as well, that we overwhelmed you with information, or sometimes you did not receive the information. Was that also a bit in your mind?
Yeah. I mean, when I go on Facebook and I see NCO communication in social media, I see, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one day. But this information is not for me. This is for other people who maybe want or maybe not. For me, I want to go on social media and see, oh, I can go there and do something, not information, oh, and this classes was this person. That's not for me.
I think that, yeah.
The best, of course, would be that academics don't speak about it and only hear students. But the difficulty would be to hear what students doesn't say, and will never say. When you speak about emojis, it seems for me very interesting because in our field, we try to work about images, but the difficulty would be that students that want to enter cinema and audiovisual studies would be, I don't like, perhaps I'm not able to read and to write, so images will be a substitute. And the difficulty for us is to understand, for example, if you want to make a movie, the most important is to write and to think and to create. Even though the writing is with paper, with computer, with smartphone, with a script, with a storyboard, with images, and we try to make the combination between different types of writing. We created in Sorbonne Nouvelle Cité des Écritures. It's the purpose of Cité des Écritures, all types of screening and creation, probably theatrical. Even for the doctorate, you present your thesis as a paper, but also as a booklet, also a movie, also a theater. It seems to me it's one way to organize a kind of connection, because when I hear you, it seems to me that when we see that young generation, for example, but in some way, of course, they're able to read, to go to movie theater, to use computer, and to use very often video games and also social networks. But when a lot of them have information about the world almost only by social networks, and all we know about this kind of selection, which is made not consciously, but by algorithm, and people behind all this fantastic cloud, it seems to me that an answer would be, for example, we spoke about professional. 10 years ago, if I want to develop an activity, it's necessary to make a curriculum vitae with paper. But now, if you want to present yourself, it's not like that. It's absolutely compulsory. You have, of course, you are present on social networks, but also you make a video to present yourself. So perhaps for the future, it's no future in terms of profession if you're not able to make a storytelling about yourself, about your project. But, well, that's a few ideas I want to share with you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that we are reaching the end of the session. I have Thea signaling that it's time, but I have one final block that we did not treat and we won't have the time. It's about institutions and governance. And this is something that we saw also with the presentation of the rector. We have a huge number, not huge, a number of international and European policies and papers encouraging universities to have an impact in local communities through research, innovation, teaching, co-created knowledge, etc. The framework is there, the papers are there, the narrative is there if you want, but my last question for you all, and I would ask you to be very, very brief, do you think this is really happening in your universities, and how can international alliances such as YUFE, how can they help support these approaches in universities where maybe they are not so powerful as we have seen they are here in Rijeka? Very, very short answer. So do you think that we are really walking towards a community-engaged university in your own cases, and how can YUFE, for example, help walk in that direction?
You mean engagement with the community to the governance of the universities? I'm sorry, I missed the point.
No. In what way? I mean, there are a lot of narrative about, be a community-engaged university. Are we really engaged universities, all of us? all our universities? Do you think that we are really engaged, community engaged universities? And if not, how can YUFE, for example, help walk in that direction of being more community engaged? Difficult?
Yes, it's difficult, but I try to answer in one way. We know, everyone here, about ecological transition. There is a response whose name is greenwashing. Probably it's possibility to build a community washing. So only presentation, only communication, but there is another possibility, is to build, and from our experience, it's just trying, doing, taking, not only in the concept, to be, I would say, more pragmatic and possible. I would like, for example, we think generally about the problem of learning mathematics. And many studies show that the best for mathematics is not the abstraction, is to take an object when you are 1 year old, 2 year old, etc. And perhaps I was very interested what we say about the new ways to develop pedagogy, because the traditional pedagogy seems to me interesting, but one of our conclusions that is not enough. We have to develop other types of skills, because at the end we try to have a connection with local community, but rector, how are we able to make connection with our students? And we don't succeed completely, we must say that. So that's an answer for me. You have probably to keep our exigence in terms of theory, in terms of abstraction, but in the same time, practical, practice, workshop, to be near people. Perhaps that's one of the reasons of the contradictions about democracy, about populism, because so many people seem they don't belong to the same world. So how can we be able to live in the same world?
Very briefly, please, both of you, and then we finish.
Okay. Okay, so my help desk have ideas to give our people know about computer or disinformation and etc. And this year, YUFE give us to opportunity to have grant for these things, because if we see that we have grants for do something more, not only speech, that is more motivated to do this.
Okay, very briefly, yeah. I would say let's make an experiment. Let's ask the 10 rectors of the 10 YUFE universities to prepare 1 page, 800 words, explaining how they think their universities are community engaged. You take the 10 pages, you read them all, you see what's the overlap, see what's missing.
Wonderful experience. Maybe we can try. And with that final proposal, which I think is very, very good, we can finish the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation, and thank you.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. I hope you're okay. I know it's always difficult to continue with the agenda after lunch, but we're in this together, so I think we'll manage. So our agenda brings us to so-called YUFE cherry-picked collaborations, which are actually concrete examples of cooperation and partnerships between universities and our local communities. There will be 6 presentations in total, and if you agree, I would like to ask our presenters to briefly introduce themselves first and also explain how are they or their universities involved in the project. So first project comes from the University of Rijeka, and I invite our very own Bojana to give you a brief presentation.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So my name is Bojana. I work at the University of Rijeka at Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, at Department of Education. And I've been a member of this working package aid on community and civic engagement within YUFE. So hi to my amazing WPA team here. I'll share with you the University of Rijeka collaboration with this very organization that is hosting this event, the Center for the Culture of Dialogue. Now, you've heard just some bits and bytes about it. I'm going to share some bits and bytes about it within like the next 15 minutes, and then you'll get a chance to hear even more about it tomorrow from Zoran Grozdanov during his morning keynote lecture. So I've titled this presentation, Bridging Gaps and Empowering Kids' Futures, University of Rijeka and Center for Culture of Dialogue Partnership for Social Equity in Childhood. So let's dive into it. So My Place Under the Sun is actually a community program run by this organization, Center for the Culture of Dialogue. And it's about the organization, their professionals, as well as around 150 of their volunteers continuously working with children and young people, including their families, who are living at the risk of poverty and marginalization. And by doing so, this particular organization have been actually systematically and continuously contribute to the strategy of the fight against poverty and social inclusion of the Republic of Croatia. Now, to kind of demystify it a bit, they're doing all different kind of things individually with children that are part of this community program and with their families. So, for example, they are doing individual, tailor-made support for learning all of their school subjects throughout the school, throughout the whole school year. They are having all different kind of workshops from them. For example, about civic education and citizenship, but a very concrete and particular one, like workshops on sewing, on DJing, culinary, dance workshops, art workshops, and these are just some of them. They have psychological assistance that's been continuously provided, again, to the kids, to the young people, and to their parents. They have different kind of extracurricular activities aiming to support their own socializing. So they are going to trips together, or to the cinemas, or to the theater, or to different kind of sport events. They are offering different kind of educational workshop for the families, particularly related with legal rights for parents, but for children as well. And something that they've been continuously doing as well is kind of matchmaking, connecting, families, children with different kind of public organizations, institutions, in sort of aiming to offer different kind of services for free. So, for example, there are, some of the institutions and organizations then that are providing meals in schools, or memberships in library, or memberships, in different kind of sports club, and different kind of services, that kids coming from, lower deprived families might not have an opportunity to have in their life. On the other hand, there is University of Rijeka as a collaborator, and you heard actually a lot about our university during this morning and our rector's keynote speech, so I'm going to be quite short on this one. because you've been familiar now with our University of Rijeka strategy and even the values, but I just want to kind of take a second just to mention them again, because it seems that they've been, you know, part of the discussion as well. I'm sure they're going to end up being part of other universities' collaborative examples as well. So we really do take our public responsibility as university quite serious. There is this openness that it's, again, quite important for the YUFE Alliance as well. Innovation. You've been hearing a lot in the morning about being part of this innovative ecosystem in our local communities, in our regions. So this is something that's quite important for the university. And I'm actually very glad that our rector talked about the social innovations as well, because this example can be, you know, kind of analyzed through that perspective as well. And the connection, which is, you know, the salient point of this whole conference and of this seminar. So we as a university really do encourage and we do cooperate on local, on county, on national, but on the international level as well with various, you know, important actors, not only, you know, within the YUFE Alliance, but in the context of non-academic actors as well. Following what I've just said, the long-term wanted, you know, impact of this organization, the Center for Culture of Dialogue, and in particular this community program, My Place Under the Sun, is definitely to reduce the transmission of poverty from generations to generation. And what they really want to do is to actually reduce their families' dependence on the welfare system, on the social system. And how? By actually strengthening those who are at this point the weakest links of such system, which usually are kids. On the other side, University of Rijeka, really in accordance to its strategy, to all of the values that I've just mentioned, is really trying to play an actor of socially responsible institutional neighbor, right? Not only to these particular organizations, but to other organizations in the community. But in a second, I'm going to share some of the reasons why this one was cherry-picked to be presented at this conference. Now, you've heard a bit about our strategy, but what's quite interesting in relation to this particular example is the connection with the Sustainable Development Goals, because collaboration between the university and this particular organization is also leaning on two SDGs, namely the SDG 4, ensuring equitable and inclusive education, and then the SDG 1, eradicating all forms of poverty, which quite interestingly actually have been placed at the top of priorities for the University of Rijeka academics when the whole process of creating a new strategy has been developing within quite a highly participatory process. Collaboration with this organization has been simultaneously being, you know, example of bottom-up and top-down approach. So from the beginning up to this point, it's been kind of this dynamic of going, you know, bottom-up and top-down. And there are so many actors engaged as part of this collaborative scheme. So not only university as such, meaning the rectorate, but a different kind of University of Rijeka constituents, meaning different faculties and different departments, our academics, our students, different kind of organizations as well that become, you know, partnering citizens, and even the spaces like this one where we are actually here today for the conference. Now you've heard some bits and bytes of the TEFSI toolbox as well, and you get a chance to hear more about it tomorrow. But just a brief introduction. So it's an institutional self-reflection framework for community engagement in higher education. University of Rijeka was partnering on this project, and with our colleagues, I've been part of a team that created this toolbox that is sort of anchored in these 7 dimensions that you can see here on this graph. And this collaboration with My Place Under the Sun was actually chosen, was sort of cherry-picked for this conference, because it really, really, really is anchored in all of those 7 dimensions. And it's, I'm not going to say the only one, but as far as I'm concerned, I think that at this point probably is the only such collaboration that really reflects upon every single dimension of the TFC toolbox. So it's related with teaching and learning. So for example, we have a faculty of teachers education whose students are engaging with this organization as part of their study programs. Research, for example, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Department of Education, we collaborated together with our students and did quite an extensive evaluation research for this center. And for all of you, embedded in research, you know how such projects can get super expensive. So we really wanted to contribute in a way to assist them in creating their own new strategic, directions by actually doing and developing quite extensive report and recommendations. Service and knowledge exchange. This is just one of the examples. There are so many different kind of activities that experts from the university also participates in collaboration with people from here, from these organizations. Students engagement, management. You can see that TEFC developed 2 dimensions that are related to management, because one is targeting partnerships and openness, and the other one, quite concrete policies and supporting structures. And under the mandate of Madam Rector, University of Rijeka has really, really invested a lot in creating different kind of policies and different kind of documents, but also setting up an example for quite open and inclusive partnerships. And there are many supportive peers that really do engage in many different ways, from volunteering in their personal, time, up to actually supporting the organization in many different ways, or directly their children. So these are just some that I'd like to share with you. So for example, the place where we are today is owned by the university, but University of Rijeka actually provided this space of 300 square meters for free to the Center for Culture of Dialogue, so that they can place their own community program, My Place Under the Sun, here, and that can have a really, really nice space to be able to work on a daily basis throughout the whole day with the children in need. In addition, university participated in a crowdfunding campaign, because this place, and you'll see tomorrow some of the photos, how it looked before, really needed it so that it can be renovated. And the campaign was very successful, and we were able to raise altogether 300,000 euros for its renovation. In addition, University of Rijeka is contributing to the organization by partnering, by promoting different kind of philanthropy campaigns, so that it's motivating not only people from the academia, but from the outside to make donations, regular donations to the organization, so that they can continue having professionals employed, so that the children and their families could really have a support on a daily basis. University of Rijeka also provide meals on a daily basis for the children that are part of the program. At this point, I think there are 63 kids within the program. University of Rijeka is supporting this organization by continuously engaging in different kind of, public discussions, whether being, some of the conferences like this, or panels, or, different kind of public lectures, round tables, but with the idea to put, the inclusion of socially vulnerable children on a public discussion agenda. at a certain point, I think it was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, our Faculty of Teachers Education actually developed a contractual relationship with the organization to engage students and academics, not only through study programs, but through their own research as well, because at the faculty they have a center for researching childhood. So that's another element of connection. And then at the end, and it's kind of an umbrella for all of it, at least within this period of now 2 mandates of Madam Rector and her team, University of Rijeka really had a supportive leadership that really contributed to the development of different kind of policy documents, supporting this kind of collaboration, including opening and creating space within teaching and learning study programs, and as well research projects to put this topic on the agenda. And last but certainly not least, let me end with a quote that some of my friends here are very familiar with. This is a quote that I really, really like to use when I'm talking about university community engagement, no matter of the setting of the event. So Benjamin Barber is a known political scientist, and you can see that it's quite an old quote, 1995, and he was asked once to demystify this university, civic and community engagement, by explaining what does it actually mean. I'm not sure whether he was able to demystify it, but I really do like this quote. So he said, university community engagement implies engagement in those spheres of community in which we do not buy and do not sell, but talk with our neighbors about benefits for our community. And if you remember just a slide before when I discussed all of the 7 dimensions of the TEFC framework and how they reflect in University of Rijeka collaboration with this particular organization, I think I can conclude by saying that University of Rijeka Center for Culture of Dialogue and this particular program of My Place Under the Sun talks at the beginning, because they were literally talks of 2 people, sitting down at a table, have evolved into sustainable and long-term partnership of fostering innovation and solutions for around 100 childhoods of equal opportunities. Thank you.
Well, one simple question. Well, thank you very much indeed. Well, maybe it's been said already, but I missed it. So what's the constant funding? Just pardon. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. What's the source of the constant funding for supporting all these activities that you described towards the children?
Well, some of the funding are part of the organization, different kind of project work or different kind of campaigns. So for example, they set up a campaign where every person can set up, what would be the word, if maybe some of my Croatian colleagues, trajni nalog. So when you can set up like a regular monthly continuous payment, so sort of a subscription. So that's definitely one of it, but systematic donations on a monthly basis. So that was one of the really, really big campaigns. By the general public. Yeah, by the general public, but it's broadcasted, and university partnered with the organization. It's broadcasted on a national level, right? So it's not just a local thing. So it's another way of putting this issue of urban poverty, of socially vulnerable children on the agenda. But within the academic community, the university and the University of Rijeka Foundation as well were kind of pushing academics who are in a position of privilege as well to think about it and to make, such a systemic, donations as well. The meals are provided by the University Student Center, which is, making meals for students restaurant. So they are, making the meals every day for the kids. And these funds that I mentioned are mostly funds that are, you know, kind of covering for the salaries of the professionals that are working here. But there are around, I think, 163 volunteers that are paired with these kids in the organization. And I think that, you know, in order to maybe even answer your question, it would be quite interesting to maybe sort of analyze the economic value of such volunteering contribution as well, because these volunteers are here every day working with the kids.
And for how long has this been going on?
Well, on this level and this basis, I would say for the last 4 years, 5 years, yeah, 4 years, like on this level, like working in this space, because until then they were not being able to have all those services because they did not have an adequate space to bring all the kids at once, for kids, you know, to be able to actually learn, you know, to have this individual tailor-made learning groups and programs, not to mention to have actually hot meals every day. So it was the moment that university offered this space for free that was a moment, you know, for exploding, you know, the services of this organization to all those kids. The organization is employing, you know, professional psychologists, social pedagogues, therapists, so they can really, you know, be a team offering different kind of professional services to the kids and to their families. You're welcome.
Thank you, Bojana. Earlier today we had this question on what is our impact on what we are doing now. Thank you for addressing this question, for answering these questions with this great example. 100 children multiplied by what they will achieve in their lives and so on. So that's the impact, I would dare to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, for sure. And it's 100 up till today, okay. Right? And yeah. Hopefully, you know, these kind of level of you know, partnership will continue, and unfortunately, it's gonna be needed, right? I mean, I think that all of us would be super happy that an organization like this would not even exist in the first place. But knowing, you know, that particularly this phenomenon of urban poverty is, you know, becoming, you know, phenomenon, you know, that we can witness in all of our cities, you know, and regions. Unfortunately, organizations like this and all these services that they are providing is needed. And up, you know, to the funding that you mentioned, I think that one of the solutions that they found as well is really just connecting and synergizing. So within a lot of these services, it's not money that it's traveling, it's just the goodwill that it's traveling around.
Yeah. Thank you. It's very heartwarming. I don't know whether that's an English word, but anyway, I enjoyed watching the presentation and knowing that this exists here. In Belgium, we have similar organizations. I don't know whether the university is so much involved, but we have something called Home Start. It's all over in Europe, actually. It's not just in Belgium. And I was a volunteer when I was a student, and then after that as well. And we often got a question, and I wonder how you would deal with that question, because I feel a bit ambiguous about the question. It was whether we had evidence to prove that our interventions made a difference. I think, and by that they meant not whether, of course, day to day you make a big difference, you can see it, but whether on the long run, you, as it was formulated, you make them less dependent on social, what was it, what you said?
Yeah, the welfare
system,
yeah.
And I found it always a difficult question to answer, and also to know, but especially if you bring in research now, is that what you will do? Like, will you have a control group? Like, will you see what happens with children who do not come here, and how their life will go? Is that a question? I feel uncomfortable even asking it, because it seems as if I want to not appreciate it for what it is. It is valuable as it is, even if there's no further long-time consequence.
No, I
but at
get
the
it,
same time, the evidence-based, was already mentioned this morning, and I always feel a bit ambiguous. So how do you deal with that?
No, I get it. Well, at this point, some of the research that we've done, we can now look sort of retrospectively. For example, this evaluation research in particular, that was done with the idea of kind of going back 10 years of the program, and there were kids participating, there were parents participating in the research, and some of it you'll hear about it tomorrow. So I'm not going to step into it because Zoran really prepared a nice presentation, and literally some of the quotes from the reports that were given to them. But I mean, it would be really amazing to do such impact studies, for sure. I mean, I would agree. I'm not going to lie and say, yeah, it's on my agenda tomorrow. This is something that, need to be discussed with the organization as well. But some of the things that are sort of exemplary of the change, are the journeys of the kids that were part of the program, in particular in line with their education. Right? So if they get a scholarship and go somewhere, to study, these are one. Or if they end up, being part of the sports club, just because there was a sports club who partnered with the organization and offered free membership, and they ended up achieving amazing sports results, being, part of the national teams, and going to different kind of championships. So these are sort of the living, stories of the impact. At this point, aside from the evaluation research that we did, that you're going to hear just some narrative about it tomorrow, we don't have that kind of evidence-based coming from the scientific community, but rather living stories that are coming from the organization, and their children and their families.
My question was too similar, so
Okay, and there's one question here.
Thomas Neumann from Bremen, and I'm not a member of the academic society. I'm coming from outside, from civil society. So I also I'm involved in similar projects, and it's wonderful to listen to you, to the success you have. And in Germany we have the culture. We face structural problems. Yeah, with young people, with poor people, and so. And in Germany, we have now developed a tradition. A problem is popping up, and we have a project. And we are funding some money, yeah, 500,000 or something like that, and 100 people are participants, and it's wonderful for them, but nothing is changing in general. And so that's my critic or my problem with this modern way of solving problems and not to face the structural causes of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for addressing. I agree with you. It seems that we are just kind of filling in the holes, right, and not fixing, the problem, why those holes ended up there in the first place. I mean, I can reply to that with this always, interesting discussion on, what kind of citizens does democracy need to flourish, right? So there is this one branch of, good citizens, those who obey law, who recycle. Everybody wants that kind of, citizen to be his, her neighbor, right? These are nice people, nice persons, right? Then there are actually engaged citizens, those citizens who might actually organize a volunteering, opportunities, engage, who might actually volunteer in a shelter, for homeless people, or volunteer in an organization like this one. They're gonna engage, right? They're gonna volunteer and engage, but still the problem stays, right? And then there is the ultimate, what I think that universities should strive to, is to educate students. They're gonna work, fight, for the social justice, and they're gonna ask questions. Why do we have so many poor children in this city in the first place? So do not get me wrong, of course I think that volunteering is a very noble, right? Philanthropy as well, very needed, very noble, but as long as we are just volunteering and we're just donating, we are not fixing the problem, right? It's gonna stay there. So this is, I think, you know, I have a green question, you know, at this point, should we just discuss that we need a citizens of social justice and ignore kids that are, you know, in the My Place Under the Sun program? Of course not. We're gonna do whatever we can, you know, to support their work. But then it's up to us to actually, you know, educate our students. We've been hearing that in the panel, future leaders, not to only be good and not to only be engaged, which is amazing, but to, you know, start a journey of, you know, finding a social justice, you know, within these crazy times we're living in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bojana, and thank you all for your questions. We need to move on with the program. So our next presenter and initiative come from the university, Sorbonne Nouvelle University.
So, thank you for the invitation. I'm Caroline Masson. I'm presenting a research project between childcare educators and linguists who are specialized in language acquisition. And so this afternoon you will hear a presentation about the birth, more or less, and a presentation about death. So it's exciting. Before all, I'm sorry for my English. I don't often speak it, but it's okay. So the project is called Rapproche for Recherche, Action, Professionnel Chercheur, meaning action research between professional and researchers. In French, Rapproche sounds like approach. This project will not exist without its team, and therefore I'm representing the Rapproche team. I will begin by providing the background of the project, then outline the method, and finally return to the challenges we face in this collaborative project. So I'll try. Yeah. Worldwide, children under the age of 3 experience different types of childcare within their family, with a childminder, in childcare centers, or sometimes in a preschool. 32% of children are cared for in childcare, 33% in France, and French parents tend to prefer childcare center, although the shortage of places means they often use other types of services. Childcare settings constitute both educational and socializing environments. Children are engaged in socialization to and through language, through linguistic forms, and through participation in interactions. Today, childcare centers are recognized as high-quality learning and care environments. And quality in childcare is generally accepted as having 2 key dimensions: structural quality, such as educators' qualification or the adult-child ratio, and process quality, such as child interaction or relations between adult and child. Childcare quality is assessed by the OECD, and in Europe, quality is rated as high and consistent, but in this ranking, France occupies a middle position, and signs of alertness regarding the care and well-being of children are pointed out. For years, studies demonstrated that children's language and social skills benefit from educators' sensitivity and scaffolding, as well as the diversity of participation frameworks. When adult-child ratios are not too high and educators are qualified, children's experiences in childcare are more various than outside the childcare. Childcare also benefits from a diversity of partners for play and communication. And studies also demonstrated that children at risk may benefit more from childcare, serving as a buffer against vulnerability. Language acquisition is based on the perceptual and cognitive skills, but the process cannot be fully explained without considering the language environment. Language is built from the earliest interactions between children with others. Factors such as the quantity, the quality, and the diversity of child-directed speech, as well as the type of activity, must be also considered in language development. Language acquisition relies on the adult's sensibility and responsiveness to the children's behaviors, which stimulate the children's communicative and linguistic participation. When an adult and a child are involved in the interaction, the adult adapts their language to the child's level. Therefore, input quantity is not the only factor to consider for language development. Input quality and child's involvement in the interaction often matter more. But research overlooked the role of interaction outside the family. Yet, given the time children spend in childcare centers, it's obvious that they develop language skills not solely through parental interaction. So studying language development requires including interactions outside the family with other caregivers. Studies on educator-child interactions highlight factors that enhance language acquisition, as the quantity of child-directed speech, the language and communication promoting practices, and the evidence that educators' qualifications are key to interaction quality. In France, educators' qualifications in child development are seen as neither sufficiently advanced nor consistent. Various employees work in childcare, resulting in a wide range of child development knowledge. It's therefore crucial to improve evidence-based knowledge on child development, which is not sufficiently disseminated among early childhood educators, and this can lead to don't always meet children's needs. Capturing the whole picture of language acquisition is challenging, and educators may rely on their experience or information from media or personal beliefs about language. Disparities among children and their environments may prompt them to question or even worry about children's language development. These questions highlight the need to understand language acquisition better and identify their role in this process. This is why we need stronger connections between research and childcare to foster reflection through action, research, training programs. Linguists who are specialized in the language acquisition have a background that can respond to the practitioner's needs. Action research training programs promote dialogue between educators and researchers. So the aim is to work with educators rather than on educators. Thus, the objectives of Rapproche are twofold: to explore educators and children's language in interactions, and to describe language acquisition in childcare, and also to collaborate with educators about language acquisition. The project was organized as follows. We video recorded interactions, followed by the data processing to describe both educators and children's language and involvement in interactions. We presented data to the educator and discussed it, using examples to facilitate dialogue. The aim is to develop expertise by sharing tools and practices that help them observe children's language and their own, while respecting their needs and working frameworks. The activities observed were varied and typical of childcare, including playtime, mealtime, and book time. So we're aware that being recorded can be uncomfortable. Some educators prefer not to be filmed, and we respect these preferences. However, the involvement of the majority of educators was due to the relationship of trust we were able to establish with them. We did not usually take part in observations, nor do we ask educators to move if we couldn't see the action clearly, for example. We had to find our place in the space. And the children sometimes engage with us, and although we tried not to get involved, we responded to their request. And if we couldn't record, we took a break or even filmed our feet. Our analysis focused on children's verbal and non-verbal productions, educators' language according to forms and functions, and the interactions to identify moments when children take forms and functions of educators' language and or participate in the interaction. There is a short exchange between an educator and 6 toddlers during a mealtime. So we can observe how child 3 produces a full utterance, "Can I get some apple?" Whereas child 4 syntax is still developing, again apple, "I don't like omelette, me." We see the use of nonverbal communication, such as nodding here. And for the educator, their request, "Did you taste the omelette, Violet?" And the regulating moves, "So you will be eating nothing but apples," to encourage eating omelette and vegetables. And also, then it's over. Additionally, and above all, we observe moves that unfold in a dialogue. For example, as the educators does not respond to child 3 requests, the child will clarify a request. Another example, here the educators talk to child 3, "Did you taste it?" And we see child 4 involves herself in a dialogue that doesn't include her. Another observation is this interaction. Child 4 who answers to a rhetorical question from the educator, or always child 4 who argues against the educator's statement, "If you're angry, that's the vegetables and the omelette. I don't like omelette, me." Oh, sorry for the imitation. So, with this project, we aim to contribute to the field of collaborative research. Two questions guided our choices to foster the dialogue and the training with the educators. First question, the types of media. Should we use video, transcripts, or transcripts alone? Should we opt for anonymization? Yes, I did it. Here you see various types of material used, a transcript, a diagram showing the speech distribution between an educator and a group of children, and an extract from a video. Transcript without video allow to not identify participants in the recorded situation, but they are limited. They are harder to read, and can make it difficult to grasp the interactional context. But working with video requires a relationship of trust between researchers and educators, which is built step by step. Second question, the data to present to the educators during training. Should the data be randomly selected or chosen by the researchers following specific criteria related to language acquisition issues? And how should we select and present it to encourage reflective dialogue? There is another short dialogue between an educator and a child. The educator asks the child to clarify who the friend she's talking about is. So, she's sick, my friend. She's back to her house. Who's your friend? She's gone in her house. Yes, but you say she. Who's she? Who's she? Who's sick? She's Ines. You say she. I don't know. She's back to her house. When this interaction was shown to the educators, they noted the child's use of the construction in her house and criticized the adult's repetition of this childlike pattern. In French, we will say chez elle, at home, rather than dans sa maison, in her house. Then their focus was on grammatical and normative aspects of language. But for the researchers, on the other end, they noted the educators' request for clarification on the use of she. The educator here prompts her to be more explicit, that the way in which data is analyzed by participants depends on its background. This means that for researchers, it's crucial to start with the educator's focus of interest, then guide them in other ways of thinking. And for educators, it's an opportunity to challenge their beliefs about language. So in conclusion, this project offers significant benefits and challenges for both researchers and educators. First, the educators being involved in this type of project is a way to become more aware of their practices in order to better support language development. For researchers, working with and for society reshapes the way they conduct, disseminate, and value their research, make it more applied and engaged. One of the major outcomes is that both partners actively collaborate and co-construct the objectives and approach of the research. The educator brings their knowledge, expertise, and understanding of the children to analyze the data. Meanwhile, researchers adapt their tools and approach according to the insights provided by the educators. However, there are also several challenges. Involving educators and maintaining their participation is one of the main challenges. The status of researchers can sometimes overshadow the expertise of educators. Additionally, questioning and reassessing established practices and views can be long and complex. There are difficulties, attempts, and problems on both sides, such as the diversity of knowledge and experience of researchers and educators, the most appropriate stance for researchers to adopt in dialogue with educators, and so on. This is why the choice of an action research training is more appropriate than a traditional training, as it allows for a better understanding of the childcare and avoids offering recipes. The project aims to build a long-term relationship between two worlds that rarely have the opportunity to work together. And thank you.
No.
So we will discuss after the whole presentation, and I'm always here tomorrow, and even and the nightclub.
Okay, if there are no questions, thank you, Caroline. Thank you for your presentation, and we can move on. Our next presentation comes from the University Carlos III from Madrid, so I would like to invite our presenter to present the subject.
I thank you. Koala. Well, hi, my name is Ulpiano Rivas. I'm an engineer, an energy engineer, and well, I'm working in energy poverty, and I will try to explain a small briefing of what we have actually been doing in the last 3, 4, 5 years. We have been working in energy poverty for some like 20 years, but I will try to give a small briefing of that. I will make a short introduction of what I think this has to do with community engagement, then I will talk about a little bit about energy poverty. I will talk about what I call community engagement activities of our group, and well, the title of my presentation is directly related with one of our last projects, which is a case study on extreme energy poverty in the outskirts of Madrid. So, some paradigms. When I was asked to work in this community engagement thing, actually, I have not. Oh, sorry. This is professor's talk. I like to move. So yeah, actually, I was not extremely aware of community engagement. I'm an energy engineer working in energy poverty. So this paradigm of 5LX was quite interesting for me. Of course, normally, if I was an energy engineer, I will work in community engagement just as technology transfer to the industry. But I'm not actually doing that. I'm more working on sustainable development, and so I have another beautiful paradigm here that may include, probably you know this by heart, social, environmental, and economic. Normally, I rather use Raworth Donut, which I don't know if you're acquainted with. Getting into simplifications, the actual reason why I prefer this is that economics is not constraint. So the only constraints are social. We have a basic of social level. Below that, we have a real problem of poverty, and then we have a ceiling. So we have to, if we consume more and more and more, then we reach. Actually, we're reaching our ecological ceiling. Economy has to live in between. It's not a constraint. It's something that we have to change. So I'd rather have this second option. As I say, I'm working on the social foundation, the part of the social foundation, because, as you know, everybody says that we are not leaving anybody behind, but we are actually doing it. So we are working with precariousness and exclusion, and so if we come back to community engagement, well, I guess we have a nice relationship between social and academic community, the part of precariousness and exclusion in the society. Of course, if we are working with that, we are always a little bit acquainted with the government. We have to try to change or better some policies. And well, we can work with industry, and we do it a little bit, but it's not as much. So it's less obvious that it was if I was normally energy engineering, we're working with private enterprises. Well, what is, so I hope that this presentation suits you and it's interesting for you in the terms of community engagement. As I work in energy poverty, I will give a short definition. It's quite strange that this definition, which is the one I prefer, is from 2015. There was no energy poverty first, but yeah, it was, but it was not really defined. So we're talking about an inability to attain socially and materially necessitated level of domestic energy services, which means that we have to define what are the energy services that are relevant, and then what is a necessitated level. Socially and materially is the obvious difference between material needs in poverty and difference between people inequality in poverty. Well, this kind of definition has completely different definitions on different issues in different locations. Well, they are not really proper location, but we can talk about, in the first place, we can talk about slums and the characteristics of the slums that are in energy poverty quite relevant. We can talk on the other side about elderly people with problems of accessing energy, mostly for heating and using even wood in Europe nowadays. Of course, we can go to the other side of the world, to the south, the global south, and then we have a problem of accessing to electricity or to relying too much in wood. And of course, we can have in Europe, North Europe, this on the bottom, these damp houses with humidity and not very good conditions for heat transfer. Okay, so if we are staying in Europe, and I have been working in Europe or in the global south, but if we stand in Europe, what we understand of as energy poverty is this. This is the definition from the Energy Poverty Observatory of the EU. And they talk first of if you have an arrears on utility bills or you have an inability to keep home adequately warm, which at the end is two parts of the same thing. And also we talk about low absolute energy expenditure. If we are using not much energy, a little bit, not enough energy, or if we have a high share of energy expenditure in comparison with our income. That was the first definition, actually, in 1990 of energy poverty. It's like 10% or more of your income goes to energy, then you have a bad situation. Okay, why I say this is also all different parts of the same thing is that because heating is the most expensive part of energy supply at home. So all are talking about the same thing, mostly in the area of Europe at least. So we are talking about this kind of problems. And the question will be, how can academia help mitigate energy poverty? And in our way, what we do is data gathering in order to identify what's the actual problems, analysis, and if possible, we are not an action institution, but coordinated and joint action can be possible. What is data gathering? Well, we can use surveys on council databases and things like that in order to have some information about home conditions, dampness, equipment that they are using, equipment that they are using for heating, all kind of social data in order to know expenditures and things like that, and well, health problems, whatever. And also we can have some monitoring based on, for one side, on sensors. Smart sensors are actually quite affordable, so we can rely on them. And then energy bills and energy demand, that is also smart sensing, but by the companies. So For example, if we want to monitor, we can monitor thermal comfort and expenditure in heating, ventilating, air conditioning. We can study different consumptions of different carriers or like wood, gas, PLG, electricity, and we can talk about other services like cooking, illumination, hot water, appliance, etc. And we can monitor it quite easily. And the question, okay, we can monitor all this, but what do we do with this data? So I will explain our basic projects in the last years. We are normally working in Spain, but we have also some amount of projects in the last years in different parts of the global south, in Cuba, Haiti, Mexico, Nicaragua, etc. So I will mostly center on Spain. We are working in 3 projects, one throughout Spain and one in Cañada Real, which is the main topic of my talk, and one in Getafe, which is a neighbor, a city that is in the outskirts of Madrid, like Cañada Real in a sense. When I talk about this kind of projects, they are joint actions, so we normally work with some of these colleagues from 0 to 50. We work with governments, national, local governments, or even supranational institutions, with private companies, with other academic or research institutions, with NGOs, and on the other side, we're talking more directly with the community, with local NGOs, residents associations, or affected people. Normally all these partners have their position, but in some projects, the affected people is not really involved in the project. They are just users in a sense, or demanding and receiving aid, or just subject of an investigation. In order, they are really part of the project. And the results that we need, of course, if we are working in this, is something of a political action, policy advocacy, sorry. And of course, we are academics and we have to feed the collaborators. So we need to improve our respective curriculum. So we need to do research papers, we need to do research projects, and we need any kind of money, of course, other kind of projects. Also, we have to continue teaching, and we have to use this information in order to translate it to students through volunteering or through teaching, and if possible, we will need some public impact on the mass media or whatever. So with that idea, I will present 3 or 4 projects and the main difference in these 2 senses, with whom we are doing those projects and which are the results as fast as I can. So first project, this is actually a project in action. It's designed to understand energy poverty in Spain, in a multidimensional characterization of that. And the main idea is to test and analyze public policies and their impact and try to change it. We are doing that with the government through his Ministry of Energy, which is directly involved, of course, in energy poverty. And we are working with 2 NGOs that have this interaction with affected people that we are characterizing their evolution, and also with another institute of research. This is another project. This is a second project. This is a project just for a city. So we are working in a city in the surroundings of Madrid, Getafe, and in 2 neighborhoods. So this is a neighborhood problem. The other was a throughout Spain project. This has financing of the EU, large financing of urban innovative action, and it works with, not with the government, but with the local government and his vivienda, his organization with some private partners, some other universities, and a lot of NGOs, and affected people are contacted throughout the local government, so they are not there, also in the other part. And well, the idea here was to try to establish a data analytic of the information that the local government receive in order to establish what's happening and the trends of energy poverty, and if something is going to happen that is quite bad, and to define a office for a healthy household. And also we implemented some tailor-made solutions in the household, in the building, and even in the neighborhood, and try to see how that changes the data. This has finished. We are now currently going through a new project in one of these next generation projects that has followed, and we are increasing basically in the data analytics part, and we are using several local governments and continuing with this kind of work. One project that we can have several projects in Latin America, we normally work in those kind of projects with universities, like here, 3 universities in Cuba. This is an electrification project. On the other side, we have a problem of electrification, not a very large problem of electrification. Well, nowadays it's a very large problem of electrification in Cuba, but in the meantime, most of the population has access to electricity. Now none, but normally most of people has access, and probably the worst, they have access to 4 hours by a diesel engine. So we were working in a national project with European funding and World Bank funding in order to provide renewable energy to those households, which is 24 hours energy if you have batteries, and in order to change this works. Well, the one, no, it doesn't, or it's my problem. Okay. In order to change the matrix, energy matrix, they were using quite a lot wood, and in order to change the little, use less wood, and of course have electricity for the time being. The problem here is that the definition of energy poverty is completely different. We have to go to the beginning and go to energy services. So we have some energy sources and carriers that they are being used. We have some energy equipment that may have different characteristics, mostly energy efficiency, and this will provide several services. We have to acknowledge which services are relevant, and then we have to acknowledge if the relevancy of those services is not sufficient. We need to define what is needed, what is necessary, and on the other way, what is superfluous. So that's quite difficult, of course. So we have to access to any kind of definition for benefits in terms of well-being. Well, we can use sustainable development information, human development information about expanding capacities following Sen and Nussbaum, or whatever. So we use different things, and well, we have published an article about this quite recently. And I will finish with our case of Cañada Real in Madrid. This is, well, that's suburban Madrid. And these are 8,000 people living in a 16 kilometers irregular settlement. Maybe you have heard of that because it's quite commonly on the news internationally, because it's probably the largest irregular settlement in Europe, which is a lot of things to say, because as my colleague says, there's quite a lot of irregular settlements and people living in extreme conditions in Europe, even as we don't see it. But this is 16 kilometers long street where you can live in either side of it. And it's not really a neighborhood, it's something a little bit more strange. It has 6 sectors. And well, when we began to work with this, we have to understand what was happening in relation with energy poverty, because poverty and mostly in irregular settlements are full of cliches. So what's their general idea? Well, this settlement is the basis of illegal activities, drugs mostly. Of course, a place where electricity is free is a call for marijuana plantations. It's direct call. People living in vulnerability and free in electricity, that's a call. But it's not the same that happens at the same time or for the same reasons. Well, there's a lot of Romanian population and immigrants. We know what we normally say about that, or what's normally said in a kind of mass medias. And we can talk about free, stolen, of course stolen, because they're irregular electricity access, electricity, and willingness of not paying, which is at the end not very far. And even in some newspapers you can read about the high standard of living of this population. So we were not doing really exactly a social science study. We were working on energy poverty, but we did both with some colleagues of social science in order to clarify what was happening related with energy in this population. And well, this is the population, this is Madrid, this is Cañada Real. You see that here we have all the people working, all the partners in the other side. We have a lot of interaction with affected people directly, with residents' organization and local NGOs, are even global NGOs, which are really, really in the field. And in the other side, what we have is the local government, which is responsible for these dwellings. So, well, we did a study for this local government. First, a socio-economic analysis. We found a lack of basic access, precariousness, of course, poor housing conditions, but also a high heterogeneity between houses. This illegal settlement has been built through 40 years. They began building it in the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20s, and well, it has maintained mostly in this century. So it's a high heterogeneity, but the general situation is of great precariousness. There's an irregularity, and so there's a lack of quality in the access to basic supplies, because you are not getting the basic supply directly by the commercial system, but you're just playing to the system. There are high levels of material deprivation. You can see in the table of the left that most of the population, mostly in sectors 4, 5, and 6, which are the most populated, most of the population is below the poverty line, defined by 60% of income. So people are not really living their easy life in a electricity-free community. And the types of dwelling. This is data directly from the local government that don't feel to really to identify that, but the type of dwelling is also extremely bad, and mostly are substance standard housing and even SACs. And of course, they have a reliance and a big dependence on electrical equipment after 20, 30, 40 years working with electricity, which is illegal, but exists in the zone. The main problem in this zone, after we begin working with them, is that irregular connections means outages. But it meant from a certain moment on our project, global disconnection. So different sectors have different problems. Sectors 2, 3, and 4 normally have occasional outage, but they have a disconnection from the system by the commercial owner of the system that lasted 1 month, complete disconnection. Sector 5 normally used to have frequent disconnections, normally like as being an irregular connection, but they have a complete disconnection on November 2020. And they could allow some energy from March 21, that was 5 months, with planned outages. The thing is that they are using redistribution of energy inside the community. So they have to lower to 1/3, and as if they are using too much energy, they plan outages and they are changing the power from one side to another. Very interesting. Well, interesting is a bad word. A very interesting problem. Sector 6, on the other hand, went to a complete disconnection, a complete blackout in October 20, and it's still like that. And that's 2,000–3,000 persons, sorry. And they are in a complete blackout 4 years from now. What is a blackout? Well, we were measuring temperatures inside the houses, and I don't know if, well, I cannot. If you see those lines, those large lines changing a little, that means temperatures that are in the comfort range. And normal temperatures were inside that. But you have a disconnection. Sorry, I forgot that it was in Spanish. Sorry, but disconnection is quite easy to follow. They had a disconnection, and so they were living at 22 degrees, like we are now here, and they changed to living at 12 degrees in an hour, 3 hours, 4 hours. Of course, we're talking about houses that they have not very good heat transfer systems. And, well, this was reconnected in a month, so but they have to live in that conditions in a month, else you have to live in that conditions at any time. The orange line was a house that has they only rely on electricity for heating. The other two has gas also. So, and I am finishing. This is a huge problem for 1 month. This is a very, very large problem for 4 years. And of course, we are only talking, for the time being, on heating. But what about food preservation, illumination, food preparation, hot water, cleaning appliances, information and communication, entertainment, health equipment, other services that are needed, and some of them cannot be acquired without electricity. The problem here is that this is, of course, a problem on material deprivation and the resulting living conditions of the population, a large part of the population that, as we are saying, are citizens, but it's not only a problem of material deprivation, it's a problem of dignity. A problem of respect, self-respect, and self-determination of these citizens. So the nice thing of this project is that we present some articles and also have a lot of impact in mass media, which was looked for, because this is forgotten problem that has to be remembered once in a while. And sorry for being late, and thank you very much. Koala, or if I know what it is. Thank you.
So unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we don't have enough time for questions. We'll leave the questions for dinner. But we can move on with the next presentation, and that's from the University of Antwerp.
Okay. So yes, are we up for it? Also the people in Finland and Essex. Let's go on with another topic. It's something completely different. It seems like it's not directly in the ballpark, or how do you say that, in the park of poverty or social justice, perhaps, although there are lots of connections. The topic is funerals and death care. So that's a bit different from the previous projects, perhaps, that it's on a topic that is not directly related, it seems, although I hope I can explain why it's also part of social justice. And secondly, a big difference is that we are just starting. So I have nothing to present in terms of results. It's all just in the beginning. I can talk a little bit about the, well, I will talk, my first slide will be about how it came about. So how we started this community engagement project. And we got funding, and we started last week, to be honest, 1st of November. 2024. The title of the project is Building the Framework, so death care is the short term, and then building the framework for a sustainable funeral industry in a super diverse society, as you can read it there. And the partners involved are University of Antwerp, where I am working, KU Leuven, which is another Belgian university, and the Institute of Tropical Medicine, which is an institute with a long history, also partly colonial history, in Antwerp. And the FWO is not mentioned there, but that's the funder. That's FWO is the National Research Foundation. I should have added the logo. I'm sorry, FWO, when you're watching. But how it started, so community engagement for me always starts with opportunities, like just meeting someone, getting into a conversation and seeing an opportunity. And so this is also started from a small conversation. I got an email one day from DELA, which is a funeral corporation in Belgium, who were looking for a moral philosopher or an ethicist to give some advice on an ethical issue they had. I didn't know anything about the funeral industry, but I was very fascinated by the problems that I got an insight in, like wow, all kinds of ethical issues that funeral directors have to deal with. And so then there was a conference in 2019, and then there was, of course, COVID in 2020, which I found remarkable. I don't know how it was in your respective countries, but lots of social sectors got attention and asked, rightly so, attention for the difficulties they faced in their sector, so education, universities, hospitals. But the funeral sector was relatively quiet in Belgium, at least, although there were terrible situations. And it was a silent crisis, I felt. But also the plans for research had to be postponed a little bit. And then in 2021, we started again talking about the research project. There was a meeting that I had with Johan, who will talk tomorrow, in his office. And then we had online meetings with different funeral directors. We realized that we needed religious communities and government representatives. So these are the three big societal stakeholders, or social stakeholders that are involved. And fortunately, there is in Belgium the FWO, so the Foundation for Research, that has a scheme. It's called Strategic Basic Research with a societal finality. So it's public money, but it's earmarked as it has to be fundamental research with a finality of giving something back to society and responding to societal needs. So there are other schemes in FWO that don't have to be socially applicable or don't have this valorization component, but SBO has this. And we tried 3 times. So first 2 times we were not successful, but third time it worked. And so we got the funding and we could start now in November. But prior to this, the start of the project, we could already, with a bit of money that we got from the University of Antwerp, organize a lecture series. And that actually was very helpful. Oh, I will show.
It started as a research project?
Yes. So it's a short history, and then the next I will show what we are now doing. But this is how, these are all the steps that I had to take mostly to get funding for community engagement research. That's how it went in my case. So with very small discussions, one-on-one, and then looking for a financial scheme that FWO offered, and then trying 3 times with international reviewers who give comments, and so it's a long process, and now 2024 we could start. But the public lecture series, I will come back. I have a slide with a bit more explanation there, which was important to gain some attention, like public attention for the problem, and so there were newspaper journalists there were more societal stakeholders that I hadn't reached, but they came to the lecture series and now they are in the network. So it was a very good visibility maker, or I don't know the term. But these were the questions that came to the surface through these individual conversations that I had and through conversations with different societal stakeholders and in the lecture series from the audience. These are all questions that are really questions, like there is no answer, so they call for research, and at least in Belgium. This is partly because of legal issues. It might be different from country to country. But actually the left one, what to do with leftover ashes of the deceased, was the question that Dela asked me back in 2019. How to deal with that in an ethically permissible way, because there is a gray zone in the law there about how to treat leftover ashes, if you can call it that. If you want more information about the practicalities, I can give that. But you can see that asked for a legal solution, right? There we needed to have more legal clarity about what you can do with remains of a deceased person. Are mass graves inhuman? That's something that came up in COVID, but that Institute for Tropical Medicine has a lot of experience with through their research in African countries. In times of epidemics, how do you act quickly? And there are different views about that, whether it's the aspect of a mass grave, whether that is what makes it inhuman, or the implication of machinery. And so we had already discussions at the public lecture series about what people think about this. There are new developments that need to be researched, both by environmental studies, but also by ethics and by law, and new methods such as humusation. So human composting, it's being done. It's possible. In the U.S., it's already in California. You have Recompose, and there is a regulation there that allows it, but it's not allowed yet in Belgium because of ethical worries and also practical worries. So there's need for research there. And then there are more questions there. I just picked them from discussions I had with Johan and the lecture series. So this was all prior. These were all questions, and now we're going to try to give answers with this group of people. I'm not going to go over them, but this is the group that started last week. It's PhD students, a postdoc. Emma Moorman is maybe one that I should mention. She's the research manager. So we got money for someone to take over a bit the leading role from me, because I can't do it alone. And so she's a postdoc who will manage this whole bunch of people. So the project is developed really in response to the questions that reached us through conversations with societal stakeholders. And we realized that we needed expertise from 4 different disciplines. So the social discipline or social sciences, cultural sociology, and also religious sociology. Environmental ethics is environmental studies and ethics. I'm the ethics person. And we have people from the environmental studies department. Medical anthropology, that's the Institute for Medical Tropical Medicine. And then the law department. They all have to collaborate in order to find an answer to different challenges and changes, concerns, crises, gaps that are listed there. So we have 4 research lines in our death care project with different scientific objectives. I'm not going to go over them, but just to give you an idea that that's the structure that we came to in response. We didn't invent it. We didn't invent it. It's just a response to a structure that we gave to all the questions that we gathered through our conversations. And so the objectives were then further developed into work packages and sub-objectives, but also here I'm just going to go over them. So here the lawyers will propose an updated legal framework. The ethicists will be empirically informed with the help of the environmental studies, and LCA, life cycle analysis, will be done to compare the sustainability and the environmental impact of different methods of burying, funeral, cremation, humization, resomation, and so on. And then we will develop an ethical assessment of the need for green funerals. That's something that we will focus on based on a wide understanding of sustainability. This wide understanding is already present here in the room. I got that from several visuals that we saw, so including social justice and equity. It's not just ecology. The cultural sociologists will do interviews with minorities, religious minorities in Belgium, such as the Muslim community, who have different needs and different preferences according to their religion. And our law actually isn't accommodating that. So specifically, according to Muslim or Islam prescriptions, a body needs to be buried within 24 hours after decease. And actually, the paperwork is not ready after 24 hours for that to be done. And then there's also the issue of eternal concession, or that doesn't exist in Belgium unless you pay for it. But Muslims and Jews want a body to be buried forever. Right? No excavations. And in Belgium, that's we cannot promise that. And then the medical anthropology will come in to investigate how we can be better prepared for crises, epidemics, but also catastrophes that have to do with flooding and nature, natural disasters. Those 4 disciplines will collaborate all the time. So we will have meetings every 2 weeks where the PhD students and the supervisors will collaborate, because as you can see, many questions there will need to be answered by several disciplines at the same time. So, for example, how can green funeral preferences like humization be reconciled with public health concerns? So there we need information from the medical anthropology and from the sociology, who will document which funeral preferences we are actually present in our society. And then the ethics department, yes, will look into what do we mean with green funeral preferences and how green are they, and so on. So it will be a collaboration all the time. I won't go over all the questions, but you can gather, right, that we need all this. And this will be done by scientists, right? So we gather the questions. Now scientists will look into the answers and how you need to collaborate, but there will be a check constantly with the societal sector. There will be a check when we are doing science, like work package 1, 2, 3, 4. There will be a check, but after the third year, so in year 3 and 4, our project runs for 4 years. In year 3 and 4, we have a work package 5 education and work package, no, it's 6, sorry. Work package 6 educational material and work package 7, we will develop a deontological code together with the sector. So, but this is for in 2 or 3 years when we got some scientific results. And this is what this work packages overview shows you, that we have several work packages. The first 4 are the scientific research work packages. The 5th one is a project management done by Emma, and then 6 and 7 are the valorization work packages, which will be done in year 3 and 4. But important is work package 5.3, where you see where we will have meetings with the societal stakeholders regularly, with an academic advisory board internationally. So if you know of people whom we should invite in our academic board meetings, advice meetings, just let me know. And this is the final slide, I think, or almost final slide. Els asked me to think a bit more about challenges and opportunities that are ahead of us. So within the community engagement research, what do I predict that might be challenging? But it's really a prediction, we will see. And what I already think of as strengths in this project is, well, the strengths are that our academic research will be socially relevant. It's based on questions from society, needs in society. It pushes us towards interdisciplinarity because problems are always, they call for almost never for one discipline or one discipline response. Societal problems need interdisciplinary research. I do think of the university as a public institution with a social responsibility, so this is one way in which we can do this. And I suppose there are many more strengths to discover. But I also see challenges, because I do not think that the university can only deliver, or the public money that we get from the FW or from the university can only be used to give specific tailor-made answers, in the sense that knowledge cannot be commodified. So knowledge is not a commodity, as I say. It's not something that we sell, right? It's something that we create together, but it's not as if we sell an answer to a question. And of course, community engagement does not mean that, but there's a risk that it could be seen as we have an answer, like a consumer has a question, and then university has to offer, we have a question, and then the university have to offer an answer, as if it's a market logic, which is not the case. University is not like a market. That's a challenge, I think. Another challenge is the independence of research. Because research, foundational research, goes beyond the status quo. So it should be socially relevant, but it's also not tied to social conventions, and goes beyond that. And another question, which is, I think, common, is how to communicate and translate research difficulties, research results. How do you do that, and who does that? Is it something that researcher does? Do you hire specialists, professionals? What kind of interface do you use? These are also questions in community engagement that I think lie ahead of us, but I look forward to facing them. This is the last slide. This is the lecture series. It's up. So if you're interested in the topic, the lectures were recorded. And so you can have a look at already specialists or experts that came to talk about it. We will collaborate with grassroots activities such as the Dead Cafés. In Antwerp, it started. There is a Dead Café now, but it's worldwide. And also in Spain, there are many Dead Cafés, I know. And in the UK, there are Dead Cafés. So it's a grassroots cafe where people talk about death, dying, and the practicalities and the existential questions and all that. And I would like also to collaborate with artists. We had a small exhibition around death and unidentified dead bodies, but I would like to do that more, and I think community engagement can also benefit from that. So, thank you very much.
Next up are our colleagues from Maastricht, so I invite them to present their project.
How much time do we have, actually?
So we decided to have the last presentation, and that's from the University of Bremen tomorrow, because we're running out of time. So otherwise, we will be here until dinner. So tomorrow we'll have 2 presentations from them, and so this is actually the last presentation today, if that's okay with you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Let's say 15 minutes.
Okay.
We're pros.
Here we go. Welcome everyone to our presentation of the organization that we're both representing, Refugee Project Maastricht. Oh, I'm not used to this, I have to say. Let's start maybe with introducing ourselves. Would you like to go first?
Yeah, okay. I'm Mohamed Saloum. I'm a Syrian refugee, Dutch to be, let's say. I have been lived in Netherlands since 4 years ago, and I'm working with RPM as an ambassador, let's say, between 3 different communities. So we are working with them, between Dutch community, students, and locals of Maastricht. So yeah.
Yeah. And my name is Asia Lafleur. For the last 3 years, I've been working in the organizational development of Refugee Project Maastricht, and also with training and coordinating volunteers and PR. Bit of everything.
Okay.
All right, so in 15 minutes, we will try to say what we're about, what do we do, collaborations and partners, and then Mohamed will give some asylum-seeking context in the Netherlands, show some of our activities, explain our impact specifically for students in the context of YUFE, and in the end, some challenges and strengths that we see. Yeah? And thus, testimonials, questions, pretty self-explanatory. All right, so what is RPM? We started as a very small student initiative as part of the student pastorate, student chaplaincy of Maastricht, and that started in 2015, basically as a response to the influx of Syrian refugees that came at the time, and just a bunch of students saying, we want to stand there and make sure that the people who are arriving feel welcomed and know that they have a place to come to in the city, also that they're not only in the refugee asylum centers, but that they also feel more integration into the city. And I don't know the exact numbers, but it was just a few, maybe 10 to 30, 40 people in the first year or so. And eventually we kind of grew and realized over time that we're not just a refugee project, we're also a youth project, because we realized we're actually also a youth project. Yeah. Because we realized that we're also providing a lot of sort of training and experiences for young people in civic engagement and in community building in a very hands-on, practical, engaged approach. Ultimately, our goal is simply for people to feel at home in the city, no matter how they got there. And we, as Mohamed said, bring together all 3 bubbles that exist in our city, being refugees, locals, and students, and trying to focus on that connection, that belonging in the city as a core shared experience that we're trying to foster. I think that's it here. That one?
Yeah.
Cool. So how do we work? We work needs-based and volunteer-led. What does that mean? The activities that we offer are based on the skills and talents of the volunteers, what they want to share, what they can share, and needs of especially refugees. So what do they say is important to them? For example, language classes, what kind of language classes are relevant? This is all just, we try to source it from within the community and not just kind of put it top down, this is what we're going to give, so to say. We have one location in the city, in the inner city, and then several partner locations that we collaborate on. We have one management team with also interns that are some students, some refugee students. And each team is responsible for an activity or practice. We have about 100 volunteers. At times that's risen to 200, depends on the moment. All divided into different teams. And over the course of a month, we've estimated that we serve about 1,000 participants, give or take, depending on how many big events we have. Our core values and goals rest on the idea that everyone needs to feel part of a community to thrive, and that in order to feel valued in a community, we need to contribute to the well-being of others. So with this, we try to go away from this sort of traditional charity or helping approach, where one group of people gives to another group of people that we assume don't have as much to give back. But we've realized that for community building, actually empowering people to give to each other is a much more effective way of feeling that we're also fostering that real inclusivity, that real equality and diversity that we talk about. Yeah, in this sense, we try to create balance between giving and receiving, working towards mutual understanding, solidarity, and sharing, not just giving and helping. Lastly, we try to co-create spaces where people share their skills and talents, grow, learn, and make sure that everyone feels that they're contributing and have a voice in the organization. Yeah, so we have a lot of collaborations and partners. As you can see, here are some examples. And this is really how we try to kind of break into the bubble of local Maastricht, which is, I think, our most challenging group to reach. Most of our volunteers are students and refugees themselves. That's kind of the easier target groups because they're all coming as newcomers and they all want to engage and invest. So for locals, we try to actually bring our volunteers into these local settings like the museum or the St. Servaas Church, who also offer, actually partly sponsor our community center. And we work very closely also with the Goa. You see on the top middle, that's the refugee center location where people live while they're waiting for their asylum procedure to be decided, and also where they wait for a home if they have received a positive decision about their asylum. And so that's a very important place where we especially can reach more vulnerable people in the community, especially children or families that wouldn't usually come to our location in the city, so we try to come to them.
Okay.
Your turn.
So yeah, that's my slide. That's it. So yeah, I would like to talk about context for asylum seeker in Netherlands. So I would like to first take a look on the reception of asylum seeker in the Netherlands. How does it work? First, the refugee, if they would like to ask for asylum in Netherlands, they must go to Ter Apel, which is the main refugee camp in the Netherlands. There they will start with the procedure, or maybe when they can arrive to the airport, they can also start their procedure there. So from this point, they will be sent to another refugee camp, some of them for like a long period, which is asylum seeker syndrome. We name it AZC in Dutch. People that are expected to stay like from 1 year until 2 years until they got them status. And then emergency shelter. It's a temporary shelter. Normally it could be like sport halls, maybe it could be on a boat or ship, whatever. It's for like, depend on the contract of it. So sometimes you could say like people there 4 months, maybe 1 year, maybe they will displaced maybe 3 times. And still, also crisis emergency shelter. This one, it's very temporarily asylum seeker center. It's just for like maybe a couple of weeks or 1 month. Yeah. And then, after accepting them asylum application, refugee will be hosted and will be linked with municipalities, then they got them housing. So yeah, we are, as RPM, we are working with people and this 4 different locations. Let's say when they are like, as it's a emergency shelter or crisis emergency shelter, or even though when they are living in the municipality. So what we are facing during that, we are facing strong emotion potential trauma, cultural differences. That's why like we as RPM, we are responsible to create this dialogue between these different culture and backgrounds. So de-escalation and meditation and bringing people together with a shared purpose of inclusivity and community. That's our role as RPM with refugees. Okay, here we see. As we see here, like our activities and events as RPM. Mainly, we do like a lot of activities and events based on the cultural differences, which is making us stronger as RPM. As we see here, like the one of the favorite one, which is I'm also team leader of it, cultural cafes and cultural days, let's name it. The idea behind it, each community or each group, they would like to present them culture for other. So it's basically about like having a presentation about the different cultures and also making some food, some dance, sharing the way of participating the culture, let's say. And yeah, also here we can see on top at the location, at Azetse, I believe was one. Yeah, it's birthday party, which is also what we do. The idea behind it, just like to make children there feel at somehow home or feel like they are stable to live in the location. Because while you are living at refugee camp, sometimes it's very stressful. It's for adults stressful, so how is it for children? So that's why we are trying to make it for children there, like feel a bit like cared about them, like they can, we are like caring about them or seeing them. So yeah, and what else? We have also bouldering. Also we do it like with, who was our partner with the bouldering, was it?
Radium Boulder Hall.
Yeah.
They also sponsor all the tickets for refugees,
yeah.
And they've also given people who come frequently, they give them free shoes so
yeah.
that they can pursue bouldering on their own time.
Yeah, and also here we can see like Dutch Cultural Day here, Turkish Cultural Day, Yemenis. Here I was also presenting Syrian Cultural Day. And here at the end we can see like also language cafes or language classes, let's say, because we have 4 or 5 different language classes with 3 different levels for Dutch beginner and advanced, and Dutch cafe for IELTS exam, sometimes to help refugees to enter university. So we assess them at that time to be prepared for sustainable future, let's name it. Okay, what else do we have here? Impact, what does RPM offer students? So yeah, because like about the context about this conference, it's mainly focused on students, so that's why we are now talking about students, not on refugees in this principle. So what does RPM offer for students here? Opportunities to learn and grow in applied setting and directly from each other in the community. Opportunity for European civic engagement, learning to become citizen of a diverse and equal feature of Europe. And organic personal and professional development amid vulnerability, embracing diversity instead of othering. All of that based on youth-oriented education. So basically on hands-on experience. So let's say now we have social worker student who would like to, who is graduating but they don't have the experience. We can like offer also, let's say, internship opportunity also for students who are ungraduated and they would like to improve from them professional development. We can do that at RPM. We also offer that. Story circles, RPM volunteer training, trauma-sensitive communication, already mentioned internship, leadership skills, cultural sensitivity training, de-escalation training, RPM Academy, which is okay.
Basically, shall I help you?
Yeah, go for it.
We invite different specialists to give kind of academic lectures on anything relating to migration, so that we also have that approach also being introduced into the community.
Yeah. And kids team training also to how to handle, how to manage working with schemes to protect the kids firstly and yourself, and teaching skills about giving lessons, different kind of lessons, learning boundaries and consent in the cultural context, which is sometimes difficult or challenging for our volunteers because we are human at the beginning, so you can't sometimes have to build this borders or boundaries. So yeah.
Yeah, and like just understanding each other and what we mean with nonverbal communication, politeness, directness, how to navigate
yeah.
this.
Exactly. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, almost done. So these are a few of the things that we've realized that we've come to struggle with over the few. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I keep on forgetting. It's. Yeah. It works. You're not sure it works? Well, hopefully it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the challenges that we deal with is bureaucratic decision making beyond our control. So basically, how people's application procedures goes in the asylum process, we have no area of influence on it. How long it might take for someone to get an answer, whether they get a positive answer or not, whether their country is at some point decided to be safe or not. This is all stuff that obviously influences people's mental health and their motivation to come and participate, but is something that we cannot influence. So this is something that we've just kind of learned to have to adapt and work with and realize that it does play a role, at least in people's experience. Another issue is temporary participation and volunteering. We have a very high turnover of volunteers. Students usually will stay about 2 years, depending on when they discover the organization. And refugees will stay somewhere between a few months to a few years, depending on how long their process is. But they might also then be suddenly placed somewhere else in the country, and then we also lose touch in that sense, unless they come and visit. But we're quite a local organization, and we really work on the local level with local partners. So once people move away, they still are welcome, and they feel welcome, and they sometimes come to visit, but it's, yeah, that's also beyond our reach. Then balancing personal and professional approach. This is something that I've come to realize is really important, both on a management level, but also for volunteers, being able to distinguish what is the difference between our role as a volunteer, but also trying to be on a friendly, casual level, because we're all the same in the same community. So managing that distinction is sometimes quite delicate and sometimes very hard to verbalize exactly what does it mean to be there as a volunteer, as a friend, as a community member, and where are the sort of limits of that. Lastly, funding and organizational development. We started as such a small organization and also part of a larger one, and then we kind of grew and grew and grew into what we are today, that we're still sort of having this growth stretch pains, I think they're called, where the resources need to catch up with the output and the enthusiasm that we have in growth. And lastly, diversity in power positions, because this is really important to us, that people from different backgrounds actually are not only participating, but they're also leading activities, and they're also leading in the management team itself. And depending on the year, depending on the availability of people and talent, that will wax and wane, but it's something that we try to be very conscious of and really try to sort of scout talent and make sure that people know that there are positions that are accessible and that they are desirable also in these positions of power. And you were going to discuss the strengths,
okay.
I think?
So yeah, our strengths as RPM, I can say first one, which is very important, and I can see it every time as RPM, flip the script and empowerment. So basically, I can reflect on it like by having many refugees who are leading many different projects or events at RPM. So let's talk about very high success, the classes that we had. Many students and locals from Boston, they joined us. And also about Arabic cafes also, and Arabic advanced. There is a lot of students who are studying at Boston University, who are joining our courses, let's say. And yeah, so low threshold and easy access. Always like with RPM, you will feel home, you will feel more than welcome. You know, like from the way like they will perceive you. And yeah, mutuality instead of charity. Actually, that's what I like in RPM the most. Like always, it's based on our human being firstly, not like about like a person who is giving you a service because you are a person in need. You will never feel that. You will feel like you are part of the community. You are someone who are enhancing your ability to sustain in the country or sustain in the community. So that's what I like it the most. And also collaborative environment, which is always very clear for us, being an RPM. Experience-based learning and adapting from any challenges that we are facing. Always we are more than flexible, like to adapt as soon as possible with the changes, especially while we are working with many different factors, which is always changing during the asylum procedure or staying for refugee. So yeah, that was RPM.
Yeah. So if you're interested, you can also read some testimonials, and I think we have some time for questions, right? Or not? Never mind. No?
I think we can leave questions for dinner, maybe?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenters, and also thank you to all the panelists today. The sun is going down, and so is our ability for active listening. So I think I will just invite Bojana to conclude the first day of our conference.
Okay, well, thank you everyone here in the room and everyone online for sticking up till the end. So we kind of started the morning acknowledging that we live in a polycrisis society, right? With so many challenges to overcome. Skepticism in the science, culture of ignorance, endangered academic freedom, and we could go on and on and on. And in the panel, we engaged in the discussion on diverse perspectives on what's in it for us, right, within the academia, what's in it for us as academics, what's in it for our students, for our institutions. And luckily, we had a particular student perspective as well. So thank you again one more time for being here with us. Because we were kind of, awakened in the context of, the importance of acknowledging the language of young people that we might just sort of, take it for granted in everyday life. So thank you for reminding us. And within this last part that we call the cherry-picked collaborations on purpose, we enjoyed various collaborative examples that tackled on so many values that we actually discussed today and that are embodying the YUFE Alliance as well. With the YUFE mission, the YUFE vision, such as diversity, equity, openness, responsibility, evidence-based, supportive programs, social justice, transformation, and ultimately, social change and contributing to societal challenges that obviously has so much more power and force when it's within connection of university and various non-university, non-academic actors rather than each of the side trying to work on it alone. So, woohoo for university community partnerships. So thank you all again. See you tomorrow here, same place, same time. I'm sure that we're all looking forward to another inspiring day of university community connection conferences within the YUFE Alliance. We have some time until dinner. I'm kind of thinking you're gonna rest a bit or take a time and enjoy the city tour. And see you at the dinner at 7 p.m. We are taking you to a very nice local place called Mornar. You got everything in a program. There is a link to the location. Okay, in case you have missed it or something, stay just for a second, and then we'll share the location with you. Any questions, dilemmas, trilemmas? You're free to go. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.